oldest of all combat sports, bare-knuckle fighting has made a triumphant return. BYB Extreme Bare Knuckle Fighting Series, originally known as Backyard Brawls, was established on the rough streets of South Florida under the tutelage of Dada 5000. The millions of YouTube views and the success of the #1 Netflix documentary Dogfight has proven that our bare-knuckle brawls have captured the world's attention. The growth and success of BYB Bare Knuckle is linked directly to the grittiness of its athletes and the mystique of the Trigon ring, the smallest in combat sport. BYB can boast some of the best bare-knuckle action, and as a testament, has created an alliance with BKB and the best bare-knuckle fighters in the UK. Bare-knuckle action just ahead with BYB 9. Let me tell you, fight fans, there is only one, just one, true Trigon, the smallest area in combat sports. We welcome you to Tampa, Florida as we get set for BYB Brawl 9. A title is on the line. Mike Goldberg, the two-time world champion, the Magic Man, Paulie Malignaggi, Benny Ricardo, Claudia Trejos, my good buddy Dave Bryan. Rhino, I start with you as we talk about the title fight and we talk about the Berserker, J.D. Burns. He comes from a family of martial artists. He's got the purple hair. He's got the attitude. He defines BYB.
This guy, Goldie, is fun to watch. We can't wait to see him compete again in the mighty Trigon. J.D. Burns has been out there before. We've talked to him many times. What's his line? He says those before each fight. Someone's going to get knocked down tonight. It might be myself. It might be my opponent tonight in Jose Fernandez. I'm not sure who's going to get up. One of us will. He figures it's kind of like a hockey fight, kind of like man in the middle. How many times will he get knocked down tonight? This guy is tough. This guy is entertaining. This guy, Claudia, is fun to watch. And oh, by the way, his wife is fighting tonight, too.
Absolutely, and that's one of the things that I'm really looking forward to. I don't think I've ever seen a team made up by a wife and a husband. The one thing that we do know for a fact is that they've trained tremendously for this moment. As a matter of fact, JD said, I've beaten the out of her to make sure she's ready. So that's another motivation. He can definitely not take a loss tonight because his wife is in the undercard.
Motivation, too, and they are a great family. They are the first family of BYB, if you will, as I check in with my broadcast partners, Benny Ricardo and the Magic Man. Let's talk about Jose Fernandez, Benny. He calls himself the GOAT, and if you're going to utilize that nickname, you better be pretty good, and he is.
Exactly. I mean, GOAT, either greatest of all time or got out at the right time. I don't know which one, but we'll see. But the thing with him, a phenomenal puncher. Phenomenal puncher. The guy's knocked out with a jab. He's knocked people out with body shots. It comes to that whole combination. The guy, he says, you know, I may not have that experience, but I've been fighting in the streets a long, long time. So that's my experience. J.D. Burns, on the other hand, this is a guy who says, I want to make every fight be as violent and as entertaining as possible. And you got to love a guy like that. He's got one knockout in 9 seconds, so don't blink, folks.
Yeah, he says every fight will be bloody. I don't know if it'll be my blood, his blood, or most. Paulie Malignaggi, Magic Man, you know, we talk all the time about all these amateur fights and all this professional competition. BYB 4 was Jose Fernandez's first professional combat competition.
Yo, man, that's what we call baptism by fire. You know, ice in your veins. You know, he showed up and he performed. He performed well. He's got a good athletic style. Personally, I think he's actually more talented than J.D. Burns. But the thing about it, J.D. Burns is a lot of guys are more talented than he is, and he winds up grinding them down. So let's see if tonight if Jose Fernandez can not only continue his winning ways, but continue. He's going to be baptized by fire once again in a fight with J.D. Burns.
Yeah, you know this one, Benny. Hard work beats talent. When talent refuses to work hard, let's hope that Jose Fernandez has put in the hard work. Rhino, take us through the dimensions and what makes the Trigon so special.
It is the most enjoyable and the most entertaining combat sport surface you ever see, Goalie. 22 by 22 by 22. It promotes instant confrontation, and this is going to be so fun to watch. Basically, when you're in the Trigon, Goalie, you're going at it right away. Most fights don't go the distance for a reason, because the action is so fast and furious. Some of the key rules, we know we have the 4-ounce gloves. They are optional. The knuckles are exposed. No 3 knockdown rule guarantees excitement. The 10-point must-scoring system. Punching in the clinch is allowed, so the clinch is not a time, guys, to rest or recharge for a few seconds. It can make or break the fight. You got to fight your way out of it, and the referee or the doctor can stop the fight.
So they talk about that, and we talk about getting going. So here we go, our first fight of the night. Time for the tail of the tape.
Tail of the tape for the first fight of the night as we await the combatants Gabriel Freyre and Nathan Arriaga, both around 30 years of age. Freyre a little younger at 29. Reach on Freyre's side by 3 inches, though Arriaga is a taller guy. Got a 7-pound weight advantage for Arriaga. We'll see if it plays out in the match.
You talk about the weights. Interesting scenario at the weigh-ins. Arriaga missed weight badly. Freyre not happy about it. He is going to make a statement in this first fight of the night. Let's get things officially underway. Here is Big Mo.
Tampa, can you hear me? No, I said Tampa, Florida. Can you hear me? Welcome to BYB 9, live from the Florida State Fairgrounds here in Tampa, Florida. We have 10 bouts on the card tonight, all culminating in our highly anticipated championship main event. But it all begins with our opening bout of the night. It is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds in the BYB middleweight division and is presented by Playmakers. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner and making his way to the Trigon, please welcome Nathan Arriaga.
Nathan Arriaga, making his bare knuckle debut, born in Toledo, Ohio. His nickname, King Kong. Fight was contracted at 155. As I mentioned, Benny, he missed weight by a lot, and Freyre is not happy about it. That said, Freyre said, I'll still fight him, I'll make a statement.
Yeah, and I was with him the night, Thursday night, and he was trying to get down to his weight. He was up to 172 pounds, so I knew there's no way he's going to get down to 155. On the other hand, Freyre was at 156 already the night before, so he was good. And that's the thing we'll see Arriaga with that extra weight. Is that going to be a factor, Paulie, in his condition? Because he's carrying some extra weight with him.
Yeah, I mentioned at the tail of the table, it might be an advantage, but when you think about it, it might be a disadvantage. Did he train as hard as he should have? Did he get his body conditioned and adapted to fighting and competing at this weight?
Started boxing at age 9, held 3 mixed martial arts titles at 155 pounds for 3 different promotions.
And, you know, his big thing is the dirty boxing. He's got power, he's got speed, he's going to get that dirty boxing. But, again, that's going to require conditioning. Like Paulie said, it's going to be interesting to find out where he's at. You know, his physicality is there to be able to sustain. Because in bare knuckle, I mean, you're not walking, you're not taking any time off. When you walk in this Trigon, you're in the pocket. It's time to start throwing.
Big Mo.
And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. Please welcome to the Trigon, Gabriel Freyre.
Warrior of God, Gabriel Freyre. He took 6 knees in a Muay Thai fight, didn't go down, finished the fight with an uppercut. Started training in martial arts at age 4, 7 disciplines, belted in 4. He is a fighter. He served in the military. He brings a lot of energy, a lot of enthusiasm, and a lot of anger tonight into the Trigon.
Yeah, he's a veteran of the Special Forces group, airborne, jumped out of airplanes, and like he said, that gave me tremendous confidence in all the things that I can do, not just outside of fighting, but he's a guy, very religious guy. You know, he gives all his credit to God, and, you know, it's one of those things that he's very much at peace with himself, but it is a brutal sport, so we'll see. It's a business.
Training out of the TKO Boxing Club, Huntington, West Virginia. Terrence Kelly, Shannon the Cannon. He knows Roy Jones Jr., James Toney, Buster Douglas. He's been around a lot of great fighters in all different disciplines. He says of his opponent tonight, he's just another obstacle in my way as I fight towards the top.
And you know, he's coming off an impressive TKO win over Nicolas Villar, and that was pretty impressive the way he beat him there. And he goes all over the place, Mike. He goes over to Milwaukee. He's got a training camp in Milwaukee, West Virginia. So he's one of those guys that just puts the work in that he needs to work.
Gabriel, Warrior of God, Freyre.
And you know, Mike, you look at the two bodies right now. Look at Freyre's got that cut-up body. Arriaga's got a little cushion there.
Steady to the scale. Gabe said he went to get some pancakes.
Trying to get up to 156.
You got it. All right, for the official introductions, here is Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this middleweight bare knuckle bout is brought to you by our friends at the Galloway Group, and it is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 168 pounds. He is making his bare knuckle debut, and he fights out of Hendersonville, North Carolina. Introducing Nathan King Kong Arriaga. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 161 pounds. He holds an undefeated bare knuckle record of 1 win, 0 losses. And he fights out of Huntington, West Virginia, by way of Tampa, Florida. Introducing Gabriel, Warrior of God, Freyre. Our referee in charge, Bobby Wambacher.
All right, gentlemen, we've been through the rules in the back. I expect a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch them up if you want.
Our referee, Bobby Wambacher. Fight scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. We get it started in the middleweight division, which now becomes a contracted fight. Arriaga in the long black and yellow trunks. Gabriel Freyre, he's got the red wraps. He is in the black and white trunks.
Freyre, just like the first time we saw him, likes to fight in that in-and-out style. It's going to be up to Arriaga to see if he can close the gap and control it. There's not a lot of space here, but again, we mentioned Arriaga's heaviness may play a factor into trying to track down.
And you know, there's a lot of bad blood between these two guys. I mean, you could just sense that before. And so the key is going to be Freyre's going to have to contain that and remain calm.
Very athletic. We've seen it on display before from Gabriel Freyre. And that alludes to what Paulie was talking about the movement. Got to watch out for that left hand, a little smile on the face of Nathan Arriaga.
Arriaga is controlling his energy right now. Gonna have to cut the ring off, the Trigon off a little bit on Freyre if he hopes to catch up to him.
And Freyre has a tendency to lead with that right hand. He leads with that right hand. So I don't know if he's doing that to measure the distance there right off the bat.
Yeah, or sometimes he could just be switching angles because he likes to use that jab. He likes to use the straight punches in general, which I think in bare knuckle it's a good advantage, and they land pretty sharply.
The little switch of the stance from Freyre, goes southpaw.
And he says he's comfortable doing that. I've always get a little dubious about that because it seems like it makes him more lethargic when they switch over to that southpaw stance.
Paulie and I have talked extensively about that same thing, and we've done it on our Air Benny before. Is we see that much more in the modern day combatants than we did in the old school combatants. You were either a lefty or a righty, right, Paulie?
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of times even the lefties today, I notice also throw right hooks. The old school lefties were just all straight left hands and left crosses. Oh, nice body shot there by Freyre. Snuck that one in.
Arriaga keeps saying, hurt me, come on, bring it. Gabriel Freyre happy to do so.
And you know, you look at Arriaga, he does not look loose. He doesn't look like he's got that quick in. And again, it might be that trying to lose the weight, all those things, that the physicality is not there.
Arriaga said he has nothing but respect for Gabriel Freyre. And Freyre able to avoid damage thus far. 30 seconds on the clock. Round number 1.
Yeah, Freyre's athleticism has been really impressive in this round. Arriaga, very conventional, very what's the word I'm looking for? He saves his energy. He's economical with his energy. But he's gonna have to turn it up if he hopes to catch up to the elusive Freyre.
Good counter.
Oh, good shot to Arriaga at the belly. Finally caught his man.
Arriaga telling him, come on in. Big swing at the end of the round. And we are officially underway inside the Trigon.
Right hand high, okay? Keep your right hand high, and you do the jab, all right? Don't drop your right. You drop your right. When you see him drop your right, just throw in the left hook. Trip on, breathe, big deep breath. That with the left hook, he's gonna read that shit, okay? He's gonna read that shit. I needed you to jab him. Even if you don't make him punch, just jab him. Easy jab. How about boom, 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 how about boom? He's running too much.
And that's a good idea, Paulie, because he was waiting. If he uses that jab, you can wait if you throw in that jab, but if you're not.
Yeah, and also you also want to keep your opponent busy thinking about something coming back towards him.
Hey, let me tell you something that the Arriaga's doing. He's dropping that left hand, so that straight right is there. If Freyre comes in with that straight right, it's there.
And he's used it a few times.
Freyre always calm, cool, collected. But when he flips that switch, it is all business. Round number 2.
Interesting with Freyre, though. He said he got into the fight game because he thought he could beat Conor McGregor.
Yep.
I said, well, might as well start at the top, work your way down.
Conor McGregor, Paulie Malignaggi seems to be a popular subject again this weekend.
He loves me.
Yes, he does indeed, buddy. Calculated in his attack. Freyre.
The referee Wambach got himself almost in the mix of that too.
Yeah, the referee almost got the bat of that.
Arriaga had some success finally at the end of the first round. We'll see if he can continue that track on that in the second round, but he's gonna have to cut off the Trigon a little bit more. And so Freyre has less mobility, or less ability to circle the space within the Trigon.
Paulie, when Arriaga looks to counter, Gabriel Freyre's gone. When he's aggressive and he goes first is when he's doing damage.
Yeah, and that goes to show you what they told him in the corner. At least be first on the jab. Keep him busy. Oh, good shots there. On the counter.
Big shots from Freyre.
Arriaga's like the boogeyman. There's no emotion. Oh, and he hurt it.
They're going at it here in the second.
Freyre's fighting at home, though, for that right hand. That right hand.
You hear the corner telling him to switch the stance. Gabriel Freyre does so.
He's got to be careful pulling back square like that.
Both fighters doing damage here in round 2.
There's that right hand, that straight right. Because watch that left hand. He'll drop that, Paulie.
Yeah, it's there, at close range. And that's why Arriaga needs to cut off Freyre right there. Because when Freyre does run out of room, Arriaga is able to have some success. But he keeps allowing Freyre to slip out from the angles. If he cuts off the ring or the Trigon as it is here, he's going to give Freyre less of an opportunity to have an escape route and be forced to fight at close range, which Freyre is trying to avoid.
We talked about everything that happened at the weigh-ins, and Arriaga coming in very heavy. He's starting to breathe very heavy.
But he fights a very compact fight, though, Mike.
Yes.
I mean, he stays right there in that pocket. He's just kind of waiting around, and then he's letting Freyre do the moving.
Final 10 seconds of round number 2.
Some replay of that sharp counter right hand there by Freyre. And He walked himself a little bit into a check hook, but there's that straight right hand you were talking about, Benny, right there. And he's keeping that right hand up for the counter hooks. But here's...
There it is. You see that right hand right there? So as soon as he backs up, he leans, and it's there.
And you see the straight punches, even at close range, you see what they do. They force Arriaga to get back into defensive posture. So even the straight punches, they may not be the hardest, but they'll be sharp enough to force Arriaga to give Freyre the space he wants for Freyre to get out. And Arriaga has to avoid doing that.
Even if you don't touch with a jab, just throw the jab. You're going to see more things, Hugo.
You know, and that's a good instruction to throw the jab, but he's reluctant to get in any kind of rhythm.
You got to be careful because it's not just throwing the jab. You got to make sure you're feinting with it as well, because Freyre is very quick and athletic, and he'll counter you if you're just throwing a jab just to put it out there. I also would like to see a jab from Arriaga, but it's got to be consistent and it's got to be mixed in with some feints. He's kind of just walking his man down like a mummy. He's totally emotionless, so it's kind of scary because nothing's affected him, but at the same time, he's got to get to work.
Arriaga 3-2 professionally in MMA, 8-2 in his amateur MMA career. Never finished by knockout or TKO, only by submission or decision. So the durability that we're seeing right now is no surprise.
Boy, this is what you can't do in bare knuckle.
Yep.
BYB, you cannot get
He came out swinging though, Benny.
That's the only way to get out of there.
Yep.
That's why I love the Trigon. You got to fight out of the corner.
Very calculated first fight of the night.
Well, they said they were going to start with a bang, and we got it.
You got that right. Arriaga on the long trunks. He's got the blue wraps. Gabriel Freyre looking to move to 2-0 inside the Trigon. He is in the red, black and white trunks. About fighting in BYB, Gabriel has always said it means everything. Finally a way to provide for his family, his wife Cassandra, son Elijah.
Watch those fingers, Nathan.
But see, Paulie, Arriaga will not throw a jab. It's just kind of a pawing.
You know what he's trying to do? He's trying to get Freyre to overcommit and then catch him with a counter hook. But Freyre already knows this, which is why it needs to be on Arriaga. It's on Arriaga to lead with something and keep that jab in Freyre's face and force a mistake out of Freyre. He's hoping that Freyre makes the mistake on his own by getting in too close and staying there and walking into a hook. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Freyre understands that too well. So it's up to Arriaga to force that mistake by at least throwing those jabs and forcing something in return from Freyre, which may cause a mistake.
And Paulie, that's one thing that Nathan Arriaga told us. He said one of his skills is that inside dirty boxing, but we haven't seen any opportunity for him to do that.
And you've got to lull Freyre in there, because it seems like Freyre also knows that that's Arriaga's best game. He's avoiding it.
And if you're scoring this fight, I'm seeing a fighter in Arriaga that's waiting. Waiting.
He's hit himself on the chest. He wants the fight to be close.
Well, that's King Kong for you.
But Freyre's not going to give you what you want. The Trigon is small, so you got to go get it. If you actually go and get it, there's not a lot of room for your opponent to run around, but he's allowing Freyre to have the ability to have the movement around the Trigon.
You know, if you watch his style here, Paulie, you can just tell Arriaga is a street fighter.
Yeah.
He fights like he's fighting in the street.
Yeah.
That he might be there all night fighting.
Yeah.
And that's why he got the nickname, he told us. Every time he won, he did the King Kong. Now he's doing it during the fight. I don't know if he's winning or losing, but now he's doing it early.
He's doing it out of frustration because he can't find Freyre.
That was a very endearing act.
You didn't hear a fucking fight. Shut up.
And some of that action in that last round. Freyre sometimes has a lot of success with that left cross when he turns southpaw. He backed Arriaga into the ropes and then tried to let go of some. And that's when Arriaga finally starts throwing. You see, Arriaga is very good with that catch and shoot left hook. He'll start to surprise you with the hook right there, the right hand. And right away, Freyre wound up going right back to center Trigon and saying, let me get my luck back at center Trigon.
Touch him and over. One touch him, pick him up. When he throws his hand, he's gonna make sure he stays in the middle. Don't you pop through the middle. So you fight in the middle. Don't get on focus. Good rest. Seconds out.
So what Arriaga's showing is he's only really able to hit Freyre when Freyre overstays his welcome in the pocket. So it's up to Freyre to always understand the in and out, and he's done a very good job at that. But it's also up to Arriaga to force Freyre to stay in those pockets longer and also lull him into those pockets to stay in for the amount of time he needs him to be able to hit him. Because when they're at close range, a lot of times Arriaga is the only time he's having success.
Round 4. Fight scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Interesting that Gabriel Freyre came out in the southpaw stance, but immediately switched back to orthodox.
And you know, the instructions they gave Arriaga is to stay in the middle. Don't get out of that middle.
But he's got to go get his man. Right now, if you look at Arriaga, he just pivots in place, really. You know what I mean? He doesn't really come forward that much. Look, Freyre kind of goes around the Trigon, and Arriaga kind of just circles in place.
Oh! Big shot! Gabriel Freyre!
Put his mouthpiece up.
5, 6, 7, 8. The battle continues. Beautiful punch. Knocks Arriaga down.
And here's where Freyre's got to be careful. Don't overextend.
Arriaga shows you no emotion, so you can't really tell just how badly he's hurt or not. He's had the same facial expression the entire night.
His legs are a little wobbly, though.
There's another sharp left hand again.
The mouthpiece came out. He picked it right back up, got up, was ready to go. But Gabriel Freyre senses that he can end this fight right here, right now.
Well, you know, the thing with bare knuckle is it's a calculated, intelligent fight. You can't flail. It's got to be that 1-2 rhythm, and he's got to make it count.
Freyre with that left cross has really had some good success there.
But there's the counter that you talked about. There's the counter. Benny, you're all over it. We've seen it before.
5, 6,
Gabriel's fine.
7, 8. You good? Want to continue? Walk through.
1-1.
His legs off because he needs his legs underneath him more than Arriaga does. So let's see what happens now.
1-1 in the knockdowns here in round 4. Arriaga's gassed, but still very much in this fight.
And that's probably has to do with the conditioning of why he's showing up overweight, because it's not like his output has been the output that Freyre has had.
Right.
And Freyre's gotten really wide with his punches, Paulie. You know, he started out right down the pipe, and then little by little, the way he extends himself, he started getting wider, and that's how Arriaga was able to catch him.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's a little bit of fatigue, and also maybe his hands are hurting. But I'll tell you, man, Arriaga's got a big, strong head. You know, it's like maybe your hands are hurting from hitting it.
Look at all the tattoos on that head.
Yeah.
The needle broke.
That doesn't look like it's fun even when you're hitting it.
The needle broke when they gave him the tattoo.
Good round, though.
Great round.
I'll tell you, I still think Freyre won the round. You got a knockdown each, but overall,
10-8?
No, 10-9 nonetheless. It's a knockdown each, but you score it like a regular round. It seems like Freyre still got the better of the round, but Arriaga finally got something to go back to the corner and have confidence about. First replay of the first knockdown here, and that's that left cross. And Goldie, you mentioned how Freyre was turning southpaw and using that left hand, and that was it right there. And then here on the counter right hand, Freyre overextending, overstaying his welcome a little bit too long on the inside. And the counter right hand by Arriaga.
And you know, that's the thing in boxing and in bare knuckle. There's nothing like a guy that's hurt. That makes him even more dangerous than ever. And that's what we saw right there. Arriaga became an absolute pit bull.
And that's what I mean about Arriaga. He's emotionless in his face, so you can't really tell if he's tired, if he's hurt, if he's anything. I mean, he's had the same facial expression all night. Yeah. Even his body language. While Arriaga, you can kind of tell you're starting to see a little bit of some signs of fatigue, and he shows it in his body language. Arriaga's like a mummy, bro. I mean, you can't tell. You can't read him.
5th and final round. First fight of the night. Starting southpaw again. Freyre with that great left cross. He looked for it again right there, Paulie.
Yep, and it seems like it's been a good weapon for him. I'm sure his left hand must be hurting at this point, because he uses it, throws a bunch of jabs out of the right-handed stance. Then he turns southpaw, and he's got a nice sharp left cross.
And this is the option you have in bare knuckle. I mean, Freyre chooses not to use it's actually a sleeve. It's not really a glove, it's a sleeve.
Right.
Whereas Arriaga chooses to use the sleeve. So it's just a preference and an option they give these fighters.
Yeah, and me having done bare knuckle, I'll tell you, this sleeve is more so just to support your wrist. You know, your knuckles are still exposed.
But doesn't taping do that?
Yeah, but the sleeve gives you a little bit more, you know, because you tape on top of that sleeve. I'll tell you what, though, your knuckles are exposed either way, so your hands are hurting.
And if we've learned anything during this fight, Paulie, we've learned from Benny Ricardo that a man with tattoos on his head has a harder head than a man without tattoos on his head, right, Benny?
You know, I mean, sometimes you do judge a book by its cover.
You notice Mike kind of reels it off.
I mean, that's why Chuck Liddell was so tough.
Another output started by a left cross from Freyre, has now backed up Arriaga to the corner. I'm sorry, this may be a shutout for Freyre, but it's been a fun fight.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the eyes, look, I was just checking the eyes of Nathan Arriaga. Yeah, he's been in a couple fights, Benny.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
but you know, again, if this is a street fight, I go with Arriaga because he can be there all night. I mean, you can just tell.
If you have no timing and no ref, Arriaga will beat you till it's over. Right? But this fight has a time limit, Benny, and judges. Yeah. So eventually they end the fight, and he's only got a certain amount of time with which to do the work he's got to do. Because I agree with you, Arriaga is totally stone cold and emotionless. He'll fight you for an hour.
I saw Gabriel before the fight a couple hours ago, and you know, he talked to me about the weigh-ins, and you know that's upsetting to a fighter. I give Gabriel Freyre a lot of credit. He has stayed very composed, very calculated. He hasn't went to throw that big one just to say, all right, I'm going to teach him a lesson, because when he did, he got countered and he got knocked down, Benny. So staying within his game has been a real key for Freyre.
And, you know, and that's part of the discipline. Again, the military background.
Yes.
And he's got great training down there in West Virginia. So he's kind of brought all that in.
Open.
And has done a good job.
Eye poke. Oof.
Yeah, very late in the fight.
The thing of a bare knuckle in MMA, right? The eye poke. That's something we never had to deal with in professional boxing, at least. Can I imagine? Doesn't Michael Bisping have an injury from that?
Oh, yeah.
Bad injury. Yeah, it's kind of more dangerous than it might appear to some people.
Yeah.
I'm glad it wasn't part of the thing in my sport of one of the risks. Took a point direct.
No warning, nothing right up.
I guess it's that bad of an injury. I don't know. You know. I think you really have to watch it though. Because I tell you, like you were saying, Bisping, you know, it doesn't take a lot to do that kind of damage to the eye.
I mean, and it was serious damage, and Michael had multiple surgeries on it. Almost lost the sight in that eye. 20 seconds left in the fight.
See, Arriaga reacts, man. He doesn't land, but man, you see that he tries to counter, he gets the timing. He knows how to fight. He hasn't gotten off enough.
First fight of the night may just go the distance.
Watch out.
Great finish, Freyre and Arriaga.
I'll tell you, this is entertaining. I got a 5-0 Freyre, but it's a good fight. And I want to see Arriaga again. I'll be honest with you. Tell you, Arriaga's not an easy out for anyone.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, those last 5 punches were free.
Yeah.
I want you to stay professional. I don't like this shit. Okay, I'm sorry, Greg. I'm sorry.
I'll tell you what happens if Arriaga's in better condition, you know, where he can actually come chase you.
Jab?
Yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, but he's not an easy out for anyone. Freyre's a good fighter. Let me tell you, man. He's impressed me both times I've seen him. And he's tough, too.
Yes.
It's a knockdown in the previous round.
That left hand was timed out perfectly.
To the knockdown. And now Arriaga again, once Freyre overstayed his welcome too long, you see Arriaga was always ready firing back, and finally he scored his own knockdown.
But that's how heavy-handed Arriaga is, though.
No,
you notice that it almost looked like a glancing blow, but the legs from Freyre were gone.
Yep, and you see that last exchange, same thing. Freyre was trying to stay in there and trying to let his hands go, and he landed, probably got the better of the exchange, but you see Arriaga trying to get that timing on those catch and shoots.
So if you were to train Arriaga, what would you do with him?
First, I'd have him cutting off the ring or the Trigon. First off, I'd be working on that because you can. When you cut off the ring on a fighter, you don't have to use a lot of energy, and you can force him to feel that pressure, like the walls are closing in, and force him to make him feel like he's got to fight even more than he needs to. And when inside the Trigons, doing inside the Trigon, where it's a smaller space and more difficult to move around, I think it's even easier to cut off the ring or cut off the Trigon. So I'd be working on first cutting things off. This way, you make your opponent feel the pressure even when you're not hitting him, and then you can also get to him and make him feel the pressure when you are hitting him.
Judges have rendered their decision. Here is Big Mo.
The Freyre had too many angles getting out.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard for the official decision. Judge Torres scores about 49-45, while Judge O'Connor and Judge Tate scored 50-44, declaring your winner by unanimous decision, Gabriel Warrior of God, Freyre!
Gabriel Freyre 2-0. Inside the Trigon, winner by unanimous decision. Let's check in at the desk with Dave Ryan and Claudia Trejos.
Goldie, good start. Gabriel Freyre, former U.S. Army paratrooper, Special Forces, such an impressive athlete. And I thought, Claudia, you had it scored 5-0. There's no question about it. This was going to go to Freyre. The weight deficit was such a big theme in this fight. He overcame it all, and really, in the 4th and 5th round, was spectacular.
He showed his skill. He showed a lot of poise. Despite the difference in weight, and we don't even know how much Arriaga rehydrated to, but the size difference was obvious. But he not only overcame, that 4th round is going to go down in history like perhaps the best round, because it was enormous. First, obviously, Freyre doing what he did best, using his boxing skills, taking Arriaga down, and then Arriaga using the counterpunch to take Freyre down. That's the mark of a great fighter.
I thought Freyre showed so much because that counter you talked about from Arriaga put him down. His legs were rubber. He was in serious trouble, but he was able to bounce back. He talked to us before this fight about making a statement. Did he make one tonight?
Absolutely. I think Freyre has left a beautiful taste in our mouth. I think we want more of him. But I am not going to put Arriaga aside, because the truth is he's got a heart that will not see any quitting anytime soon. That's the kind of fighter that will continue no matter what. And I'm excited to see him back. I want him back.
Me too.
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead now.
Yes.
Middleweight, 155 pounds. We've got 5 3-minute rounds with Toby Bindon from Great Britain, Carlos Mistoca Alexandre, who fights out of Florida but originally from Brazil. We know Carlos, we've seen him before against Desmond Green, BYB 8 in Miami. We wanted to see Bindon fight in Miami on December 17th, but his opponent didn't make weight. Now we're in for a treat.
Absolutely. Bindon is going to really showcase his talent, his ability. He wants to definitely leave his mark here in BYB. Let's remember that exchange with BKFC. BKB has been outstanding. And obviously, Carlos Alexandre wants to take away a little bit of that loss that he had in the last BYB.
For Toby, kickboxing experience overseas in Great Britain. He's an upright type fighter. How will he adjust to the mighty Trigon here tonight in BYB Extreme?
We'll see that space. There's no such thing as getting in the pocket. You're always in the pocket.
You're in the pocket of mighty Trigon. We can't wait for the next fight. Time now to go back to Polly and the tail of the tape.
And here's for our next fight. Getting ready for this one. Bindon versus Alexander. As you guys just heard, 28 years old. Bindon is a little younger, coming to us from England, from BYB in England. Carlos Alexandre, 32 years old, Brazilian from Florida. We saw Alexander last time, and he's rather impressive as well. But we already know Bindon comes with a big reputation. Alexander with these long arms, 75-inch reach. We'll see if he can take advantage of that. A little taller, only an inch, but we'll see if that 75-inch reach that might be key. They both weighed in at 155 pounds.
European kickboxing champion, WBC English Muay Thai champion. His nickname is the Wardog. He is Toby Bindon.
My name's Toby Wardog Bindon. I'm from Torquay, England. My father, he got me involved with fighting, so as soon as I could walk, I was learning to punch. I always saw my old man training, and that just went down onto me. I'd always want to train, I'd always want to fight. My first impression of the Trigon is that it's awesome. I love the close quarter combat arena. I'm very much looking forward to doing battle in it. So my theory with fighting within the Trigon will be to use my footwork a lot because of the free dead man's corner. So I'll be relying on my footwork and my rimcraft to get me out of trouble and to also get me into my opponent's range to cause damage. I don't know too much about my opponent Ryan Jett. I know he's from a professional MMA background, but the boxing levels that we will bring from England will be too much. My footwork will be too much, my speed, my power, my accuracy. So the difference with bare knuckle, I think, is just you have to be more precise with your knuckle placement. You can't just rely on throwing a punch. I'd never want to stop fighting. I love to fight, so if I could keep on fighting forever, then that would be amazing. But the next thing is to put it all into my son. If that's what he wants to do, I'd love to pass it through the bloodline. I'd love to train him up. I'd love to train other people up.
His son Toby Jr. and Gracie, will they be future fighters? Well, in the future for Toby Bindon, the immediate future is the Brazilian Carlos Alexandre.
Carlos Alexandre, Mistoca, Brasília, Brasil. Eu sei que ele é veterano do UFC, bem experiente e que está querendo dar a volta por cima na sua carreira. Eu espero oponente bem agressivo, uma luta boa. Para mim deve ser uma das melhores lutas da noite. Estou bem preparado. Minha estratégia é deixar fluir. Do jeito que a música tocar, a gente vai dançar. Eu tô pronto para tudo. Se ele vier trocar, a gente vai trocar. Se ele no clinch, a gente vai clinchar. Eu me sinto confortável em qualquer ambiente dentro daquele triângulo. Meu pai, eu não levo mais, que ele sempre passa mal, família passa mal. Eu não gosto de saber que eles estão no ambiente. Geralmente eles assistem em casa, porque geralmente é tenso. Eu já fiz umas lutas muito agressivas, pai, mãe passam bastante mal. E eu me sinto alegre em estar lutando, eu me sinto, vamos dizer, bem, me sinto alegre na minha música, do pessoal cantando, de estar levando multidão, de pessoas gritando, eu me sinto bem.
Getting set for the Brit versus the Brazilian, and we toss it to Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, our second bout on the card stays in the BYB middleweight division, and it is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome the Trigon, Carlos Alexandre.
Mistoca. Training out of Futures MMA, Jeremiah Rodriguez does such an outstanding job. Alexandre's teammates include Carlos Gueda, Pablo Caballero, and the veteran Sergio Melo. He's a switch stance fighter as well. He competed on season 4 of the Ultimate Fighter Brazil back in 2015, Benny, as Carlos Costa, but knowing Brazilians as I do very well, they do have a lot of last names.
Absolutely. There's always one in your back pocket there. But, you know, he's coming off that unanimous decision loss to Desmond Green. And I talked to him about that. He said, one of the things I realized in that fight was I was waiting too much. So he's going to have to bring it on this one. He had a great knockout in the first round against Colton Bowen, and that was a 23-second knockout. It was spectacular. That's the fight he's got to bring against Bindon.
He didn't wait in that fight.
No, he didn't.
Likes target shooting and spending time with his daughter and family. He's going to look for a target that is open on his opponent, Toby Bindon, here tonight. Big Mo.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome the Trigon, Toby Bindon.
He Began training martial arts at age 3, as he said. When he began to walk, his father began to teach him to punch. 6-0 in amateur boxing, 14-4 in Muay Thai. Said Carlos is in my way of the goal of becoming a champion. Fighting in BYB is an amazing achievement, with bare knuckle being the future of combat sports. And this one, guys, is really about the cross promotion and how massive it is for BYB and BKB to be battling, but also partnering up.
Well, you know, we sent 2 fighters to England to fight over there, and of course their guys came in the last fight. They were spectacular. Let's see on this one. But I'm glad, Paulie, that Bindon was talking about footwork, because when I know a Muay Thai fighter, I'm thinking upright.
Yeah.
I'm thinking totally upright that's going to lean back, and then you got to watch that front leg, because a lot of time when they go to throw a punch, they'll bring that leg up.
Yep, yeah, it's true. It's true. So, I'm curious myself.
Yeah.
One of the fighters that we sent to England, Benny, was Carlos Guerra, who is Carlos Alexandre's teammate. So,
okay,
we'll see what happens here
Guerra,
tonight.
good fighter in his own right.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was a decision loss. He went the distance back over there.
Good fight.
And that's not an easy thing. When you travel, you get there on Wednesday, and you're fighting on Saturday when you after that long haul.
Yeah, I used to go on my own dime and get there earlier.
Yeah.
I used to when I was doing that.
All right, we are set for fight number 2 with the official introductions. Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this middleweight bare knuckle bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and is presented by Life Science Natural Cleaning Solutions. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 155 pounds. He holds a bare knuckle record of 1 win, 1 loss, and he fights out of Cape Coral, Florida, by way of Brasilia, Brazil, Carlos Mistoca. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 155 pounds. He holds an undefeated bare knuckle record of 1 win, 0 losses. And he fights out of Torquay, Devon, England, introducing Toby Wardog Bindon. Our referee in charge, Wayne Spinola.
All right, gentlemen, we went over the rules in the back. Obey my commands at all times, protect yourselves at all times. You want to now, shake hands, step back, I'll get you guys started in 1 second. Step back. Step back to each one.
Wayne Spinola, our referee. Paulie, you and I were talking about the fist pump and touching hands.
Yeah.
Carlos was uncertain if he was going to do so there. We had a couple guys last night, Benny, on a boxing show that were doing like the triple pump, and Paulie's like, I didn't even want to touch gloves at all.
Yeah. Game face is game face.
That's it. Bindon has the red wraps. He's got the black and gold trunks. Blue wraps for Carlos Alexandre. 7 professional MMA titles back at home in Brazil. He has the white trunks.
He's sharp with the jab, is Alexandre, and those long arms can really...
Look how focused he is, though.
Yeah.
He's not waiting for anything
This
here.
weird jump-in jab. He's already got Bindon bleeding. He's got this weird jump-in jab. It comes out very sharp.
And that was my first question when I met Bindon. Was I asked him, I said, do you cut easily? Because you look at that face, and structurally...
And he's again, oh, he's hurt there. He's hurt.
Right on the nose.
Oh, and again, great shots.
Alexandre came out sharp.
He's done.
This may be it.
Hey, come on over here. Give me a hand.
No, he's done.
You okay? You want to keep going? That's it. Place over.
It is all over. Just like that.
Alexandre was very, very sharp.
Wow.
Alexandre was very
Você está muito melhor que ele.
And then he turned southpaw and then went with that left cross as well. Sharp, sharp. I'm telling you. And he was so composed in his stance, too.
But you notice how upright Bindon was? He was totally upright, never really bent.
Nah.
So that was right there when he went up with that shot.
But he sort of had this like little hip hop in there, like it was coming, it was shooting in like an arrow, like boom. You know, like look, like, here's the left cross that actually dropped, did the damage that hurt him. You could see Bindon was hurt. I don't even think that second one even landed.
No.
He was hurt from that first. That was the one that really hurt him.
The
and
timing
you could see the little little stutter step that he did after the initial left hand.
And you know what's interesting?
That's the one right there. You see, he does like a little stutter step, and then
Right
the
there.
second one actually grazes him. It doesn't even go down. And you go, I mean, but he goes down from it. That's the one.
Boom.
And he'd already taken some sharp jabs right before that.
And you know, Alexandre doesn't speak that much English, but he understood enough of what Bindon was saying.
I gotta ask you, did he cry after the first win too? Because I swear to God, I remember him crying.
Yeah.
So he cries every time he wins.
He does. But you know, he doesn't understand that much English. But you know, Mike, he did understand that Bindon was talking to other fighters already lining up his next fight. Alexandre took great offense to that and said that is the utmost of disrespect. And that's at the beginning, the shaking of the hand wasn't really a big priority for Alexandre.
There you go. There's the storyline.
I'll tell you, Des Green's win over Alexandre is even more impressive. I'll tell you, man.
Here's the deal. Going the distance against Desmond Green is ultra impressive for Alexandre as well.
As well, you're right.
I mean, Desmond Green's a beast.
Yeah, but he looks even more beast now after seeing this.
Yep. Another first round knockout inside the Trigon for Mistoca. For the official decision, Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Wayne Spinola calls a stop to this contest at 59 seconds of the very first round, declaring your winner by TKO, Carlos Mistoca Alexandre.
He said, it's my dream to fight in BYB bare knuckle because it is the closest thing to a street fight. That did not look anything like a street fight. That man looked like a great boxer, great hands.
And that's the diamond belt being presented to him right there by Scott Burt.
And here is our good friend Bob Alexandre.
All right, we are with the winner, Carlos Alexandre. I tell you what, that was a sensational win for you. Talk about how you ended the fight, and obviously it was a big emotional win for you as well. You're very emotional after this win.
Você luta muito forte, hiciste muy espectacular. E você, ¿qué piensa de la victoria e por que está tão emocional?
Eu, há uma semana atrás, eu não queria lutar. Minha filha estava internada. Eu falei com ele que eu queria desistir da luta, mas ela saiu do hospital e falou para mim vir aqui e lutar bonito para vocês. E meu oponente, ele não me respeitou como atleta, não respeitou o evento, não respeitou o BYB, desafiando outra pessoa, sem nem ter lutado comigo.
Okay, basically he said a week ago he almost thought about pulling out the fight. His daughter was back in Brazil and she had a really bad pneumonia and she was in the hospital. So he was very emotional and we talked about it and I told him, I said, why don't you dedicate the fight to her, fight for her, win for her? And that's what he came out here and did. And then he said that his opponent unfortunately didn't respect him as an athlete, was talking about fighting somebody after this fight for a belt here at BYB. He felt that he didn't respect BYB as well and that he wanted to represent BYB, Mike, Mel, the whole staff. And show them that BYB can hang with any other promotion.
Talk about the preparation for this fight. You told us at the weigh-in yesterday he was in the best shape of his career. Ask him about that, please.
Yeah, eu falei que você está muito boa forma, muito bom, forte, pega forte. Ele falou como você sente agora.
Eu me sinto bem. Toda vez que o BYB me liga, eu estou sempre pronto. Ele me ligou na categoria de cima, 77, eu aceitei, eu vim. Me ligou na categoria 70 quilos, eu aceitei e vim. Agora eu quero lutar na minha categoria 145. E principalmente contra o cara que ganhou do melhor 145 do evento, contra o cara que ganhou do Carlos Guerra.
Yeah. So he said that he basically fight for BYB at a short notice. He'll fight at any weight. He's fought at up to 170. He's fought at 155. That he would like to fight all different weight classes, even 45. And that our co-training partner of his, Carlos Guerra, that he hopes that he's able to fight for the belt at 145, and that if they cross paths later for that belt or the 55, that he wants to keep showing out for BYB.
We'll all be saying prayers for the daughter. Hope she's doing better, and congratulations on an amazing win.
Que va a ser oración para filha y que estaba muy bon victoria.
Obrigado.
Thank you. Thank you.
Congratulations. Great win.
Thank you.
All right, let's send it back to Dave and Claudia.
All right, Bob, thanks so much. Great job. Carlos Alexandre fighting for Brazil, fighting Claudia to dedicate this to his daughter. We hope she's okay, recovering and doing just great. Mistoca is the nickname. Portuguese, it means mixture.
Mixture.
And he had all the right mixtures here tonight in the Trigon. He talked about the left jab being as dangerous as anyone in the world, and he was able to get a TKO in the first round. Very impressive fight tonight.
Absolutely. I think this was his way of taking that little thorn out after the loss against Desmond Green. And let's not forget that his MMA pedigree called for it. It called for a statement tonight, and it absolutely showed and reflected his generalship. He also said that in his last fight, he was a little nervous. Mistoca was not at 100%. And tonight, he showed a Mistoca full throttle with all the mixers, just like you said, ready to go. And obviously, he was really emotional, and that kind of motivated him to finish this quickly because I'm sure he wants to go home.
All about showcasing his talent. That was a big message. Now, we saw that from Gabriel Freyre in the first fight. Try to show the world what kind of talent he's got. Mistoca did that too, didn't he?
Yes, absolutely. Mistoca realized that in order for him to showcase his talent, he had to make a statement tonight. And there is no disrespect to Desmond Green, because we got to remember where Desmond Green comes from and the kind of fighter that he is. And obviously the experience and the time, just flying hours alone was a factor for that fight. But tonight, it was Mistoca's opportunity to show what he could do. And obviously now he wanted to also establish a statement. Listen, you could be English, you could be Mr. Toby Bindon, it doesn't matter. You do not disrespect me or BYB.
We can't wait, Claudia, for the next fight. Miranda Barber, who BYB Extreme 8 in Miami did not make weight, so we couldn't see her in the mighty Trigon. That was disappointing tonight. She faces Skylar Burns, who yesterday revealed to us a very interesting medical situation, didn't she?
Well, it was an interesting situation because we were not clear what to do. I mean, after a regular test that happens to most women or all women when they're facing a bout, she tested positive for pregnancy. So at that moment, we were like, oh, so we're going to lose this fight? Or we're going to celebrate. This would be the first BYB child. We're excited about this. But then, you know, further examination, more blood tests. They tested negative. And now Skylar Burns, who happens to be DJ Burns' wife, is going to be fighting tonight. This is her BYB debut. And we're very excited because she is poised. She is a true fighter. And like she said it, I feel alive every time I walk into a combat.
I mean, it's just an amazing storyline. JD, the Berserker Burns, in the main event tonight, the husband of Skylar, who's about to fight right now against Miranda Barber. Let's get the tail of the tape with Paulie.
Was that possible? Paulie, tail of the tape for Skylar Burns and Miranda Barber.
Yeah, here we go. Skylar Burns and Miranda Barber, 27 and 28 years old, exactly the same reach. Burns, 1 year older, 1 inch higher, 1 inch taller, and 2 pounds lighter.
Miranda Barber, She-Hulk, trains with UFC mixed martial arts veteran Charles McCarthy. You may remember on season 4 of The Ultimate Fighter, The Comeback, he called Charles Captain Miserable. He's a great guy. Miranda is a heck of a fighter.
My name is Miranda Barber. I'm from Boca Raton, Florida. I was always an athlete, and I always had a temper, actually. When I was young, I was a little hothead, believe it or not. This redhead fire was a little spicy. And one of my friends, he owned a boxing gym, so he's like, come check out the gym, beat up the boys for a little bit. Started training with them while I had off time after practice, and there's just something about it, just kept calling me back in. Maybe it's just the athlete in me. I didn't have to worry about teammates. I could shut my mind off. It was just me in the bag, me and an opponent. I was like doing it behind my mom's back. I would be like going to practice and like training, and she's like, why are you getting home so late? Oh, and I finally just told her, I was like, well, coach just put me through some workouts at the boxing gym. She's like, boxing? Girls don't fight. I don't want you doing that. You're gonna get hurt. That's a man's sport. I knew I had a calling on my life, and I know that my relationship with God is really strong too. And moving down here, I knew that if I just believe in what I do, and I'm gonna find my path. I'm just relentless in the pursuit of my success. And when I'm in the cage or the ring, they gotta see the best athlete. They gotta see the hardest worker in the room. It's just such a blessing to be able to fight and do what you love and get paid for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, our third bout on the card is in the women's middleweight division and is scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome to the Trigon, Skylar Burns.
Skylar Burns set to make her bare knuckle and BYB debut. The last time her husband J.D. Burns fought back in September of 21, Skylar had a Muay Thai fight the week before. We were doing our fighter interviews, and I asked JD, I go, hey, how's Skylar doing her fight? And I didn't know, Benny, she was sitting behind me. She goes, I won. And I said, congratulations. And now we see her entering the Trigon.
Be nice to your Applebee waitresses. That's what she was.
I'm always nice to the Applebee's waitresses.
And that's where she came from. And when she found the gym, through there she found her husband, her future husband, JD, and she said, you know, the way she did it was she was training with him. Yep. And then all of a sudden she got a new number. So she grabbed his phone and she put her phone number in his phone, and then that was it.
The rest, as they say, is history. And she does say her greatest influence is her husband, Big Bo.
And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. Please welcome to the Trigon, Miranda Barber.
Miranda Barber. You heard some of the backstory. She just is a fighter. When asked who her favorite fighters were, her greatest influences, she said Ronda Rousey and Conor McGregor. She said, I know it's corny, but beside the fight we see in the octagon, she said, I followed their careers, and despite many adversities and roadblocks, they were true to themselves and relentless and have such a light in the MMA world. I know Paulie's like, it's okay, Paulie, it's okay. Why are they biggest influence? Confidence and relentlessness. Paulie, it's okay, it's okay.
You know what's interesting, Pi? She had 5 fights in 2021, 5 boxing, and they were all against different opponents. And that's tough for women, because usually there's not that many fighters.
Yeah, usually you have to repeat opponents. Right. You're right. Yeah,
but you know,
you're right.
I mean, how's that though? 5 in 1 year.
Yeah, against different opponents.
Yeah, and that's a good pace for her to go ahead and sustain in career. I thought that was pretty impressive. Yep. But she also fights in MMA. Yep. And she had a fight in 2021, also in MMA, and that was a loss. But she fought Amanda Love. But she's doing all 3.
She was fighting at a very high level. She was in the PFL playoffs for that fight that you're talking about, Benny. And in the boxing ring, those 3 setbacks, or 4, pardon me, were all decisions. One of the wins she had in boxing in 2021 was by knockout. Big Bo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this women's bare knuckle bout is brought to you by the Bare Knuckle Boxing Hall of Fame. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. She stands 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 153 pounds. She is making her bare knuckle debut, and she fights out of Lakewood, Washington. Introducing Skylar the Goon Burns. And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner. She stands 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighing in at 155 pounds. She is making her bare knuckle debut, and she fights out of Boca Raton, Florida, by way of Lansing, Michigan. Introducing Miranda Barber. Our referee in charge, Bobby Wambacher.
All right, ladies, we've been through the rules in the back. I expect a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch them up if you want.
Both women with smiles on their face. They're ready to do this. Barber and Burns scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds. Here we go. Miranda Barber in the red, throwing early in the clinch. Knocks down Burns.
She's about to go out of what she's done.
Was. MMA, exactly, Benny, exactly. Skylar's good, but what an early statement by Miranda Burns. And again, Skylar Burns goes down.
She pushed off with that too. That was very smart of her. She worked her way in, pushed off, created space, and landed another big shot.
Well, if Skylar is anything like her husband, she can get knocked down and get back up many times.
She's got to figure out how to land the shots here.
Nice uppercut.
From different angles from Barber.
Yeah, that may be it right here.
She's a bit overwhelmed.
5, 6, 7, 8. Walk towards me.
Miranda Barber with some fast hands, too.
Absolutely. And I just heard Chainsaw Charles McCarthy from the corner saying, Miranda, take your time.
And, you know, Burns is so upright. There it is.
It is all over. Just like that, Miranda Barber. First round knockout.
I do everything I say I'm gonna do.
I like that. I say everything. I do everything I say I'm gonna do.
You can't even touch me.
And, you know, Paulie and Mike, this might be her style, her best venue for fighting. Because
You can't even touch me, baby. I told you, I'm taking it over. Look at this face.
MMA she's lost, but this
That lip
one,
kiss.
you can see her
It's gonna be a kiss right here.
And you can see her hands were too fast, too sharp for Skylar Burns. You could see her boxing background really played a factor into it, but also she was physical. You know, as Skylar Burns tried to push her way through, she kind of would give her a little shoulder bump and create space to set the punches up. She actually dropped her with one time like that, and also was consistently creating space with that, with those little bumps.
And look, watch the way she uses
See that
her
bump
legs.
right there, and then watch she actually created that space, boom, right there. So this way she prevented herself from smothering her punches. There it is. The shots, she tried it there, she missed it, but her follow-up hook. And this is why you always finish with the hook, right? And then she finishes with the hook and then the right hand on top of that. While you throw in combination, and there that was the final shot. Burns' face going into the ropes.
And those punches are coming from the hip, Paulie.
Yeah.
She does a great job of torquing that hip, bending the knees, and coming up on it.
So that I can finish fights like this and get back to work for you guys. I love you all.
She got a big hug from her coach, Charles McCarthy. Coach McCarthy, 10 wins in MMA, all by submission. And he is proud of Miranda Barber tonight.
She almost went for the MMA submission.
She did.
First knockdown.
Yes, she did.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Bobby Wambacher calls a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 11 seconds of the very first round, declaring your winner by TKO, Miranda Barber.
Great performance by Miranda Barber. She will get the medal from Scott Burt, the president of the official Bare Knuckle Boxing Hall of Fame. And a congratulations to our own Dada 5000, Mike Vasquez,
I'm in the Hall of Fame.
and Mel Valenzuela, who will be inducted into the Hall of Fame in June. And I like what Barber just said. I'm in the Hall of Fame.
All my fans that have been watching me since I was 16, 17 years old. You know, I live, breathe, and eat this every day of my life, and I'm doing everything I can to be the best fighter in the world. And this is a baby step, and I thank everybody who supported my journey from far, from close, from everywhere in between. I love you guys. She-Hulk's not done. Big year, baby.
And she does her own post-fight interviews.
You don't even need anybody to ask her the question.
That was awesome. Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome two very special guests of BYB at this moment. From Combat Kings TV, please welcome Brett Westbury and Kendall Owen for a special announcement.
All right, Kendall. This is, to some people, probably not the most romantic place, but we're huge bare knuckle fans, so I wanted to ask you, Mo, can you hold it?
Proposal. That's just awesome. We can't wait to hear what happens down the road with that happy couple. Joined by Kendall Volker now from Pillow Fight Championship. Kendall's going to appear in BYB Extreme 10 in Mississippi. We can't wait for that. Memorial Day weekend. Kendall, let's talk about this cool new combat sport. What's the best way to describe it?
Well, the best way to describe pillow fighting and championship, it's the PFC of the UFC. So you get the same amount of action, same hard hits. However, there's a pillow behind every single punch, and it's super high intensity.
It just makes me wonder, we're taking those pillow fights that we used to have in our teenage years to a completely different level. Absolutely. But how do you prepare for this? How do you train for this?
Oh, wow. So in the PFC, we are actually mixed martial artists and other professional athletes as well. So to train for this, it's a lot of high-intensity cardio training. You have to make sure you have impeccable joint health as well. Oh, there's me. And, you know, just building muscle, always, always.
No weight class. You told us that before. Now, you were a volleyball player at Virginia, all ACC. I'm impressed. Scholarship player at UVA.
Thank you.
Tell us how that helped you get ready for all your various disciplines in combat sports, and particularly the Pillow Fight Championship.
Thank you so much. Well, it was always my dream to be an Olympic athlete. I was on that track, Junior Olympics, international competition as an amateur, and then for a full-ride volleyball scholarship to the University of Virginia, all AC accolades, and then beyond that I coached and played semi-pro and beach and all that. But I think I have a very unique mentality, lifelong discipline and motivation, and that's a true fighter's mentality, no matter what sport you're in. And so taking that into the PFC, I can still, you know, fight the good fight and exert all that powerful energy that I've had over 20 years of volleyball, jiu-jitsu, boxing, mixed martial arts, and have some fun with it too.
Looking forward to participating.
Can't wait. Can't wait. Kendall, thanks so much for joining us. We'll see you May 28th in Biloxi. Good luck, BYB 10.
All right.
Back to the action right now.
And a veteran indeed, the caveman, Sam Liera, set to take on Ryan Jett as the night continues. This one a 5-round super middleweight special attraction. We've seen Sam before. Outstanding movement. He's got that flopping technique that Benny always talks about, and I'm sure he will talk about again tonight. The newcomer is Ryan Jett, who has 10 fights in professional MMA. Tonight will be his first bare knuckle battle.
My name is Ryan Jett. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. Yeah. I didn't choose fighting. Fighting chose me. Nah, I just had to fight all the time, man, as a kid. It was pretty fun. I used to watch TV stuff. Used to just always think about it, and then, like, used to get into fights, and then it was just always fun. And I wanted to do it, like literally from maybe 8 or 9. I knew I wanted to be a fighter. I mean, honestly, I only look to impress God, and everything else after that, it is what it is. I really don't like to talk about fighting because there's a lot of strategy, and you know, you might teach somebody, you might be teaching an enemy, you know, you might be teaching someone something that, like, I'm just obsessed with the sport. Like, I talk to myself a lot. Wait, having a son? Oh man, legacy. I get, you know, my name get to live on. Yeah, I get the chance to be there for him, and you know, just give him whatever he wants. And then, I mean, if he doesn't want to fight, he doesn't have to. I want him to. I'm not gonna like push it to him. Well, he's gonna know how. Like, he already knows how to fight. Right? I've never said no to an opponent, especially if it's at my weight class. I don't care. When they ask me, I look at the amount of money. I'm like, that'll determine whether I take the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout on the card is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds in the BYB Super Middleweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome to the Trigon, Ryan Jett.
Ryan Jett trains in Charlotte, North Carolina, his hometown, at the St. Michael's Boxing Gym. Asked about his skills, he was very concise. with our great researcher, my good friend Tom Gervasi. He said, these hands.
Yeah, and you know, he's a great counterpuncher. Great counterpuncher, and he told me his best move is going to be that tie plum. Now, the tie plum is the only thing that differentiates bare knuckle boxing from boxing, because you can grab the back of the neck if you get close enough.
Yeah, and you can work in there.
Yeah, and he loves doing this. He says he's got that perfected, and we'll see if he can do that against Liera.
He has 10 professional MMA bouts, so he is familiar with working the clinch. And Paulie, we talked about that. Even in Muay Thai, they'll break that clinch earlier than they do here in the Trigon.
Yeah. But here in the Trigon, you attempt to give the fighters coming from MMA a little bit more of an advantage if they're able to get close. They've still got to be able to get close, but if they are, there's not a lot of stuff saving you, because the referee's not so quick to break it up if you get caught in that tie plum.
Yep.
Yeah, for a boxer, that's a dream situation.
I was going to say, yeah.
And punch away.
Unless he's the one getting caught in it.
I was going to say, Paulie's thinking, man, I'm glad I couldn't grab my head. I couldn't use my footwork.
And as a tribute to Odell Beckham Jr., he did his hair that way.
There you go, Ryan Jett. Odell Beckham Jr. Kind of hurts as a Bengals fan. Here's Big Mo.
Even as a Giant fan,
and
Odell
his
Beckham's
opponent
hurtful.
fighting out of the red corner. Please welcome to the Trigon, Sam Liera.
Sam has been nothing short of spectacular in his BYB career. 38 years old. CSW in the Boxing Training Center in Costa Mesa. I think the best description of Sam Liera was given to us by Ryan Jett. He is skillful and fast with counters.
Exactly. And the other thing with Sam Liera is he fights, the way he trains to prepare his hands, he wraps ropes around his hands, and then he punches the heavy bag with that rope around there. I thought his win against Leo Plau was a spectacular win as I've seen. It took him a month, Paulie, for his hands to recover after that fight.
That's because Plau got a hard head.
Yeah. And he didn't even have tattoos on him.
Yeah. Okay, who would have thought?
Who would have thought? That was a main event. That was my first experience, first time meeting you guys back in May of 2021. And he badly injured his right hand, because we talked about it back at BYB 7 in the fight against Carl Jefferson. He finished him in the 3rd round, but his hand was beat up. So that's what happens in bare knuckle. Paulie knows all about that. He's back, he's healthy, and we're set to go to Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this super middleweight bare knuckle bout is brought to you by Playmakers. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 166 pounds. He is making his bare knuckle debut, and he fights out of Charlotte, North Carolina. Introducing Ryan Jett. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 165 pounds. He holds an undefeated bare knuckle record of 2 wins, 0 losses, and he fights out of Fullerton, California. Introducing Sam Liera. Our referee, Wayne Spinola.
All right, guys, you know the rules. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. You want now? Touch gloves, step back. I'll get you guys started in 1 second. Good to go? Good to go?
Ryan Jett,
We're good to go. All right, guys,
Sam
come to
Liera.
start.
Fight scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds.
Ready? Fight!
Here we go. Sam Liera, the caveman. He's got the red wraps. He is in the black and white trunks. Blue wrap, actually a little purple, going for Ryan Jett, making his debut.
And you can see where the power for Liera comes from those calves. He's got these Manny Pacquiao type calves. You know, it looked like he borrowed them from a 250-pound man.
Oh, shot there by Jett.
Okay, Paulie, I went on the over-under because we had a bet at how long it would take you to mention the power and the caps of Sam Liera.
Did I get it?
Yeah, I took the under, so I got it, yeah. We had it at 14 seconds. There you go.
And it's Liera using that tie plum.
There you go. Well, he started in MMA.
Yeah.
He's a black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu under Eric Paulson, who's one of the best. So he can utilize the clinch very, very well.
Yeah, and I've always enjoyed Liera's calmness and really, you know, he's got that killer instinct, but he's very, very calm in there and very precise with his shots.
It's almost eerie, that calmness that he has in there, because look at those eyes. You can't read that.
Yeah, but Jett is a good athlete, man. You can tell he's got that athletic style, and I want to see it. And he's obviously throws some mean intentions. That's the second time I've seen him throw some big shots. He landed an overhand right before. Now he's throwing these whipping hooks, Mike Tyson style. So I want to see if he can maintain this kind of intensity with Liera in his face, with that calmness, trying to pick him apart.
That ice in his veins that we have seen on display when he has been inside the Trigon before, but Jett trying to put the pressure on him.
Jett bleeding a little bit now with out of the left eye.
Working for position in this clinch. See now that elbow shot, or the shoulder shot, pardon me, that would have been okay in MMA.
We see
not here.
Liera was saying Jett was holding his right arm. Oh, counter right hand there by Jett. Nice counter right hand. Is that boxing timing?
Yes.
And again with the tight plum.
Nicely done. Dirty boxing. Landed 3 quick lefts.
And you see he's got his head underneath the chin of Jett. You see he's trying to get that positioning as well.
Liera, that's a great technique. See the way he rolled out of that corner? Fought his way out of there.
And you see, like, Jett almost has to calm down. Nice right hand. Jett has to calm down because he's almost too emotional when he throws his shots, and he's throwing them with too mean of an intention to where he's burning up too much energy. Liera, in the meantime, just really picking him apart like a surgeon and saving his energy, which is obviously the most important part.
And Mike, when he comes in, I'm talking about Jett, it almost looks like he's coming in to get a takedown because he's got that lead.
Shooting in almost too enthusiastic. Not really gauging his distance.
And you don't want to go to the ground with a black belt in jiu-jitsu.
And again, there's the plum again. He's got the plum again.
Utilizing it perfectly.
Switch hands on that plum.
Absolutely.
Really impressive there. He had the plum on one with the left hand, and then he was getting out. He saw that Jett was getting out of it. He switched hands and got him back into the plum with the right hand.
And there's a huge mouse to the left of the bridge of the nose. Yeah, they're getting to it right now.
Jett, right?
Seeing Jett, they're working on that right now.
That dirty boxing and those uppercuts.
Well, the funny part is Jett said he was going to be doing the tie plum, and it's Liera that comes in there using that tie plum. But you know, Paulie, you can see Liera how calm he is. He just switches. Whatever he needs to do at the moment.
It doesn't even bother him. Like, Jett is very, very mean-spirited in there. You know, he's got that mean streak, but Liera is not really bothered by the intensity at which Jett attacks. He just kind of knows how to take it and gets him in that tie plum or from the outside. He stays sharp and compact with those little short shots.
Former king of the cage, welterweight champion, knocked out Paulo Thiago in mixed martial arts. That's an accomplishment in itself. But when you have done something for so long as Sam Liera has, as we begin round number 2, you naturally go to that clinch because you've been doing it for the last 15 years, maybe even longer.
And he beat Thiago with punches.
Yes, indeed. There's the punches right on cue, Benny.
He gave him a count. I don't know if that was a little bit off balance.
Yeah.
But he popped up and walked into more punches.
7, 8.
But he's not contesting it, though, so...
Yeah, he might need the break himself. But he kind of flew him with his head and walked into like a check. But his momentum was already taking him straight down, even before the punch.
Sam now looking to be more calculated, utilize the boxing skills that we know that he possesses.
Here's the thing about Jett right here. He should be calm right here, trying to think his way through. Instead, he goes from this 0 to 100, and he just shoots in and throws everything so hard. And Liera can figure that out. He can figure out the timing on that. He doesn't really have that in between where he can sort of set things up. And now he's trying it a little bit with some jabs. This is what he needs to do. Maybe some feints and give some different looks, but the problem is Liera does it as well.
Yeah, that jab right on the bridge of the nose makes it really tough to come on in there.
And that's exactly why his nose is bleeding now, Benny.
And he's breathing out of his mouth now.
Yeah. You know what? He might not even be trying to change the tempo. He might just be tired. You know, I thought maybe he was trying to change the tempo, but he might not even be able to be intense anymore. He might be getting worn down. His body language, his face not looking like, you know, he's not as enthusiastic as he was in the first round.
Well, he's on his back foot now, whereas at the beginning, it looked like he's coming in for a
good hook,
And he caught him again.
He got him excited. Yeah. Breathe some new life into him.
Well, he said his strength is his counterpunch, and that's exactly what he did right there. So Liera has to watch when he comes in there.
It's a feint.
Good jab by Sam Liera. Nice job by Ryan Jett. Both men doing damage, but that last right really got him.
Yeah, you see Liera much calmer, much calmer.
Yes.
Because you know, even in the midst of that whole storm, Liera figures out a way to get the tie plum. Here it is again. You see in the midst of the whole storm, oh, and that tie plum sets up. Oh,
beautiful two-punch combination there.
Another straight jab, straight punches from Liera.
And Liera, when Jett does land, it doesn't affect Liera, because Liera can tell he's breaking his man down. He's not going to let him gain the confidence, even if he lands a punch. He's staying on him. He can read him. He can read him, the fact that he's breaking.
Guys from Michoacan, Mexico, you can run them over with a 18-wheeler. 6 tires will go flat.
But especially that he's also having success. That's another reason why he's not allowing the little success Jett is having to undo him. You know, and he's staying on him because he realizes that the success he's having is breaking Jett. Meantime, the little success that Jett is having, he realized, let me not show him it does anything to me. So it even breaks even more confidence from him.
Well, I'll tell you one thing we're learning about Ryan Jett. He is a tough out.
Oh, man, is he ever.
I don't know if he's going to last another round like this, though, guys.
Yeah, but look at him trying to breathe right now, Paul. He can't breathe.
But he's walking back to his corner slowly. I don't know if he's going to get out of the third round the way things are going.
I know Wayne Spinola's looking at him.
Yeah. You're going to check that nose.
So that was a good hook. That was maybe his best shot of the round. But you see how Liera gets right back on him. Sharp jab, backing his man up.
Liera looked like he was just clearing his nose.
Yeah. And right as soon as they get into these storms, he winds up looking for the plum right away. You didn't get to see it in that replay. But as soon as they get into a little exchange, little tie-up, Liera right away is looking for that plum, right away. And he's able to get it, too, very, very skillfully.
You know, Paulie and Benny, it's interesting you guys talk about Ryan Jett and patience. Sam Liera said on using his boxing skills in his debut a couple years ago, he said, I thought it was going to be forced to brawl. I didn't go crazy. Well, I almost went crazy. And so Sam's been through that anxious moment or 2 or 3 or 10 in the Trigon, and just the experience may very well be the difference that we're seeing thus far.
Jett lands a big shot there. The intensity of Jett, I'll tell you, Liera's knees buckled. I tell you, man, Jett got some heart, I'll tell you.
Both of them do. I mean, look at that shot Liera just took.
He needed that. He needed that to give him some confidence, because I thought he was running low on confidence. Now that landing that big shot on the inside may have given him a little bit of the confidence he needs. But let's see what Liera does here, because this is Liera's territory.
Sam Liera's 2 wins were a second-round finish and third. Yep, now he looks like he's running low on oxygen on the gas tank, and Ryan Jett trying to recover.
But this is where the psychology comes in now. Who's going to take advantage of the moment? Who's going to boss the moment? Because if Liera is able to boss the moment, he may break Jett down fully. Jett's eye is closed. He's bleeding. He's looking for confidence builders. He got one early in the round, but he's going to have to keep getting them.
Nice right hand. Good counter.
That kind of buckled him a little bit, that right hand from Liera.
Liera's got an answer for everything. Every time you see Jett hop on that jet and come at him, and all of a sudden Liera's got the answer.
And again, the body language looks still the more comfortable man is Liera.
Jett still throwing. Oh, that was a solid shot from Liera.
Yeah, I tell you, the swelling on the right eye of Jett is both from the top and the bottom.
And also Liera, he keeps rubbing under his right eye as well. See it again there, Paulie?
Yeah. I wonder what's going on there.
He's taking some solid punches as well.
Well, I think he's trying to see if he is bleeding or not. I think that's one of those things where they kind of feel it out there. But look at the face of Jett. I mean, he is busted up.
Yeah, I mean, that right eye, I don't know, man. I've had a broken orbit bone. That right eye, the swelling is from the top and the bottom. I'd be wondering if his orbit bone is...
Oh, you could hear that one.
the kind of shit.
That was a bone. That was flesh on flesh.
That was. That's bare knuckle. 101 right there.
You know, the heart of these guys, I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, you're talking about...
My time.
Oh, yeah, I think he poked his eye. I think that's what Liera might be complaining about. He might have already got his eye poked once or twice, and now he got it again.
Okay, but is this an advantage for Jett to kind of get his air back here?
I mean, I think Jett will take any advantage he can get at this point.
You know, I really, I've been holding back. I don't want to say it, but I'm just wondering if Jett still has enough energy to take off.
Well, you know, exactly.
You're the one with the funny lines, Benny, but, you know, I got to get on the scoreboard.
He might be trying to fill up the gas tank right now. Who knows?
Right?
But then the NFL team, the Jets, they're also called the Jets, and what do?
They never take off.
That's my son's favorite team. I do not know why, but it is.
They haven't taken off in 20 years, at least. More. No, yeah, about 20 years.
They're already eliminated from the playoffs.
For next season.
My son will watch it right now. He'd say, Dad, who's that guy who said that?
I don't know what he's talking about.
The battle continues. Round 3.
Benny, the Jets haven't been good almost since the days you were playing.
Shea Stadium.
See, now I'm thinking about the third Joe was supposed to be there.
Right? You guys got a lot of years of good football left in Cincinnati. Joe Burrows. Oh, they're kind of right, but that's a
big shot late in the round.
I tell you, both guys got breathers. That's the thing. You talk about Jett getting a breather, but Liera got a breather too. Liera gave him a hug there. He's giving him a lot of respect.
But you know what,
rightfully so.
You know what Liera's really doing well, though? As soon as Jett lands a punch, he comes back with 2-3.
Because he realizes...
And that's a psychological thing.
Yes, the psychology and the body language of Jett really breaks when Liera's able to withstand the assault that Jett comes with and then gives him back double. We saw some of these shots here from that last round.
There? As soon as he feels like he comes at him, he makes it a point
and he made
to counter.
And he gave him a bunch more. Hey, both of these guys, a ton of heart, man. This is a good fight between two men, literally. I mean, this is just digging down in there.
Well, the way he busted up Leo Pla, because Leo Pla's as tough a guy as you're ever going to fight. And he didn't want to quit, but he did. I mean, the referee had no choice but to stop that with a cut that was just
his left eye was swollen shut, right?
Leo's almost too tough for his own good. He doesn't have the talent to be that tough. Jett has a little bit more talent, but he's having to show just as much toughness here. But he's you know, every time you feel like he's breaking down, he comes back with a shot that makes you believe in him again.
Round 4, and Ryan Jett lands first. Ryan Jett in the blue.
Those are two solid shots by Jett.
Big time. Sam Liera in the red. Training in Fullerton, California. Great MMA, good boxing up there. Curtis Melender, one of his training partners, longtime MMA veteran. Looking to move to 3-0. This is the deepest Liera has gone in a fight inside the Trigon.
Boy, Liera, look at the way he's looking at his eyes. He's looking, even though they're shut, it's tough to see inside those eyes. He's just planting himself right there in front. And then he does a beautiful job of getting underneath and then coming up with that punch, Liera.
Nice body shot.
And when you see the guy's taking it to the head and he's too tough for his own good, maybe the body shots will slow him down. It was good thinking on the part of Liera.
No, this is thinking man's game. I mean, he fights a well-planned out, and it seems like for every move he's got a counter.
I tell you, at this point, Liera should realize, though, that every time Jett comes to the right hand, he's going to come back with a left hook.
Okay, there's that great move. See the way he spun him around?
But now we're seeing kind of 50-50 damage being done in these clinch situations. Takedown stuff.
Jett is picking his spot. And when he decides to come, I mean, it's a hurricane.
Yeah, it seems like Liera's slowing down, too, to where he can't get away from those explosive jump-ins of Jett. There it is again. Here comes Liera.
Well, I tell you what, if Liera could have pulled the trigger there, it was there.
A little bloodbath ringside?
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. My notes, I can throw them out after, right? A little blood.
I got to return this suit to the cleaner tomorrow.
Gonna return mine to the rental.
Oh, big hook by Jett. He's got to breathe out of his mouth, too. He can't breathe out of his nose anymore.
And every time he breathes, about 2 pints of blood comes out.
Now the Trigon is...
some of that on your notes.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the Trigon, now that the Trigon has a little liquid on it, good thing that marriage proposal was a little while ago.
Yeah. We might need to start having some umbrellas out inside.
I was thinking you were going to say proposals. I'm like, whoa.
To catch the blood.
You know, Jett's got so much heart. And you know,
yeah.
Polly and Mike, he closed that distance, but then he can't throw because he's too close.
Oh.
I mean, look at the left eye of Sam Liera.
Yeah, it's getting there. These guys are giving each other respect every round. Because,
yes.
I mean, how could you not at this point? And the explosive start to the round that Jett had. He does take off like a Jett like that.
Man, I didn't know Odell Beckham Jr. could fight that well. Huh? I knew he had big hands.
Go. Everything. 3 minutes are the rest of your motherfucking life. Breathe. Because guess what? He feel it too. He hurt too.
That is an accurate statement, Coach.
Let that shit go.
Ryan Jett says I'm in here to run it up, make a lot of money for my son, my father, and my brother. When he was asked of his hobbies and interests, he simply said, boxing. 5th and final round.
And those are the instructions you need right now, man. I mean, I think they hit right home, you know?
And, you know, this is what BYB is all about. A chance of 2 warriors like this to come out here and show the people what they can do. Because this is amazing. The punishment that Jett was able to withstand, and then Liera himself.
Yes.
To have that counter move for every move Jett has made is phenomenal.
You know, there was a second in the fight a couple rounds ago, guys, where it was Ryan Jett's face that was all bruised and battered, and Sam looked pretty good. Well, you know what? Sam's face, unfortunately for him, it's catching up. Yeah. Because Ryan Jett's been landing very well.
Yeah, especially with those lead right hands.
Yes. That's why you keep seeing this mutual respect after each round. Liera with stops in the 2nd and 3rd in his 2 previous bouts.
But, you know, that's a great thing about combat sports. For all the rage, all the fury,
absolutely,
there's so much class also in the respect that these fighters have for each other. That's phenomenal to me.
Well, that's the thing. When you get 2 guys who you can see how your opponent is willing to go to places that not a lot of guys are willing to go to with you, you end up being able to respect them so much more. Oh, good shot there by Liera. Awkward combination as he came with that left uppercut.
He can't even see those punches coming, Paulie.
And he's got that tie plum. Good defense there from it for Jett.
But the interesting move is that Liera's move in that corner. He's so slick in the way he's able to turn his opponent and get out of there. Because usually you got to throw.
It's automatic for him.
It's all those years of MMA, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
He can't get out of that plum now. He's having a lot of trouble, Jett. He can't really see. He's covering up.
Sam's trying to finish it.
And, you know, for the audience watching, just remember this, folks. Believe it or not, the punches are not as concussive as they are in boxing.
Nah, they're not. They're just more bloody because it's bone-to-bone collisions. And there's another nice hook by Jett. Anytime you think Jett's about to be 1 step out the door, he steps back in with some hurtful punches of his own. Got to give this guy credit. A lot of character.
Thought he was going to be grounded earlier in his first fight here inside the Trigon, but 35 seconds now away from going the distance in his debut in a very tough fight.
And it's not an easy debut in the Trigon either.
No.
And again, that tie plum, Liera is just automatic with it, especially when you're tired. That's got to be difficult to really deal with as the opposing fighter.
And, you know, Jett has a lot of moves that would give a boxer some problems, like the way he pushes the hand out, opens, and all that stuff. But a guy like Liera, he's an MMA fighter as well, so he knows what to do.
Yeah, Liera has a very complete style. It's got just enough boxing, just enough MMA with the tie plum skills. You know, he changes the angles.
Great fight. They go the distance.
he's all about.
Absolutely 100%.
Yeah, these are two good fighters. This is a nice, entertaining fight. This is the kind of fight where you want to see both fighters again.
Why even announce a decision? I mean, I think they're both winners.
I would agree. And we talk about the durability of Ryan Jett, but we saw the durability of Sam Liera as well, because Ryan Jett put it on Sam occasionally.
But you know what really impressed me about Liera was, you talk about being in the moment. In that moment, whatever Jett did, Liera had an answer.
Yes.
You know, we talked about the tie plum. We talked about counterpunching on the part of Jett. It was Liera that was doing the tie plum. It was Liera that's doing the counterpunching. So, you know, for the moment, like you said, Bali, he's a very well-rounded fighter.
He is.
Look at that. I mean, here he was going into that corner and spun around. So slick the way he does that.
I mean, Jett, look at the Jett combinations Jett throws. I'm telling you, not everybody will be able to stay so calm under that kind of firepower.
Boy, how'd you like to see Leo Pla and Jett? Wow. You might as well just call the blood bank and tell them to be right here.
Yeah.
Judges rendering their decision. You talk about the transition from MMA to boxing and then bare knuckle. I mean, Sam told us a while back he was boxing to get his hands better early in bare knuckle training. He almost threw a head kick. It was just his instinct, and he was like, well, okay, wait, that one's not allowed in this discipline.
Yeah, and you can tell when it hits and when the fighter goes down.
Yeah.
Because then they want to get on him.
Right. We saw that in the earlier fight. And then Miranda Barber's like, nope, not MMA.
You know it was a tough fight when they got maintenance guys cleaning the ropes. That's when you know it was a tough fight.
Yeah, when even the ropes got blood drenched. Might as well give them some of your notes too, guys, so you can wipe off the notes so you guys can see them at the end.
I got enough blood to take a COVID test for these guys. Look at it, even Big Mo's over there looking at his shirt all bloodied up.
Here is the official decision. Who will get their arm raised? Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard for the official decision. Judge Winkapaw scores about 49-45, while Judges O'Connor and Westerterp scored 48-46, declaring your winner by unanimous decision, Sam Liera!
Great fight. Thank you to both men. Sam Liera and Ryan Jett. Just look at the face of Ryan Jett. That is one warrior who will be back, we hope, very soon. Rhino.
Just absolutely bloody, tough. I thought Goldie, Claudia said it just right. Two warriors head to head. Sam Liera really won every round. Ryan Jett wins the night for being the toughest fighter. At the end, he couldn't even see, looking skyward as Big Mo read the decision. One tough fighter.
Absolutely. I had a chance to go speak to Big Serge Estrada, who's in the corner of Ryan Jett, and he said it's not broken, there's no broken socket, but it's pretty swollen. But I think he's going to finish the fight. I did not think that after the third round he was going to be able to maintain that tempo. Ryan Jett deserves another fight, deserves to come back, because he even said it, I fight for my son, and because I fight for my son, I have no quit in me. And that's exactly what he gave us tonight.
Big theme for Sam Liera before this fight. He thought Ryan Jett, Claudia, would be on the cautious side. He would be able to dictate the fight. I think early on he did, but Ryan Jett countered and was so incredibly tough. I imagine Sam Liera running through his mind, can I finish this guy off or what?
Oh my God, he actually took many punches to his face, but regardless of how hard he was getting punched by Jett, there was no marks on her face, just a small scratch, and really it does not reflect the kind of punishment that he received on the hands of Jett. And yet, Liera actually comes practically unscathed after 5 rounds, 5 very hard-fought rounds, and this is just one more step before he looks for another title and more accolades to his career.
Josh Burns, Tony Lopez, next. Ready for some heavyweights?
Absolutely.
Josh Burns, NFL lineage, and his
Yes.
family. Tony Lopez, one of the older fighters we'll see in BYB Extreme. 48 years old. BYB Extreme. Be sure to log on. I hope everyone's watching, streaming tonight on YouTube here from Tampa, Florida.
Like and subscribe.
Fun to be a part of this event. So let's just say, I'm not saying you're 48. I'm past 48. Going into the Trigon.
I'm way past 48.
Going to the Trigon at that advanced age is a major challenge.
Yes, but I think at this point in time, he has something called experience, flying hours. He knows that composure is key. And he also understands that he's the bigger man. No matter who he faces, he's very tall, he has a long reach, and you have to, if you really want to close the gap with somebody of that size, you're going to have to munch a couple. Maybe 3, maybe even 4, because his experience actually tells him what to do. He feels his way through the Trigon.
Can we match the intensity, the effort, the passion of that last win for Sam Liera over Ryan Jett? I don't know, Claudia.
Everything is possible.
That was incredible. Heavyweight fight is coming up. Paulie has the tail of the tape.
Tail of the tape, Paulie, Tony Lopez and Josh Burns.
And here it is. Josh Burns, 43 years old. Tony Lopez, 48 years old. These two are vets of the game. Lopez has 79-inch reach advantage. He's going to have a little bit of reach advantage and a bit of a height advantage at 6'5". These are the big boys, folks. 278 pounds for Josh Burns, though. We'll see if that's an advantage or a disadvantage over the 228-pound Lopez.
Krypton, California Lake in Kryptonite. Here is Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our highly anticipated heavyweight bout of the evening. It is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and is presented by Turf House Farms CBD. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. Please welcome to the Trigon, God of Destruction, Kryptonite Lopez.
Experienced, to say the least. Made his professional bare knuckle debut in 2018. 4 fights, all were fight of the night. 2 were against Joey Beltran. This man has done it all, and I mean done it all. Burns is big, he knows that. He's ready to battle and counter that. Tonight, you guys, is his 114th combat competition. He has been stopped by knockout or TKO a total of just 8 times.
No, he could take a shot, but you know, let me tell you something. You could do a movie about this man. You said 114 fights. You know what? I bet it's more like 400 something, because so many of them are the underground type of fight. But this is a guy every week, he's got to fight someplace. He's got a fight lined up. His wife is his manager, his nutritionist, his conditioning coach, and in between them they had 6 kids. But this is a guy who lives to fight.
Made his professional MMA debut 6,202 days ago. 16 years, 11 months, 21 days. Big Mo.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. Please welcome to the Trigon, Josh Burns.
Josh Burns, born in Lima, Ohio, fighting out of the Motor City. He has been at the Hammer House with Mark Coleman for 20+ years. I've known the godfather of ground and pound for 20+ years. Josh Burns, I loved on the bio, he said his nickname comes with the blessing of Mark the Hammer Coleman, the godfather of ground and pound. I know one thing, Mark the Hammer Coleman is a hammer, and so is Josh Burns.
And you know, he had 8 fights in England, so this is a highly experienced guy in all forms of combat. You know, there's his father right there, and you know, the guys have been with him for all that time. His father played with the Cleveland Browns, so he comes from an athletic family. But he said, I'm not a guy that's into team sports, because, you know, if I see somebody on a mistake, I'm going to go beat him up. And so that doesn't work for team sport, but here, this is ideal for him.
And there you see with the gray hat, that is the former UFC heavyweight champion, national champion at the Ohio State University. And the hammer and the hammer in the corner. That is red tonight.
Nothing like taking a few slaps from the hammer.
You got that right.
Get you ready to get inside the Trigon. As Coleman was giving him a couple of slaps to wake him up.
Somebody's got to be the nail.
Yeah.
Big Mo with the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, this heavyweight bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and is brought to you by Turf House Farm CBD. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 6 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 228 pounds. He has over 100 professional combat sports fights with a bare knuckle record of 0 wins, 3 losses, 1 draw, and he fights out of Krypton, California. Introducing God of Destruction, Kryptonite Lopez. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 278 pounds. He holds a bare knuckle record of 6 wins, 5 losses, all wins coming by way of knockout. And he fights out of Detroit, Michigan. Introducing Josh the Hammer Burns. Our referee in charge, Bobby Wambacher.
Neither guy wearing the pad on the hand.
Gentlemen, we've been through the rules in the back. I expect a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch them up if you want.
And of course, that pad is just for blocking. It doesn't cover the knuckles either
Right.
way. But neither of them want that either.
Heavyweight fight, Burns and Lopez.
Fight!
Here we go. Josh Burns in the red. Southpaw Tony Lopez in the blue.
And here's the big boys. Here we go.
You got that right.
And Burns says he's going to bring it right off the bat because he says if I let Tony Lopez take me into deep water, he's going to drown me.
Well, as I mentioned, he's gone the distance in all 4 of his fight of the nights in bare knuckle. Josh Burns, his 6 victories have all been by knockout in bare knuckle fighting.
And you got a blood already on Burns, but Tony is actually a right-handed fighter. For some reason, he felt that as a southpaw here, he'd have a better chance.
You may have thrown Burns off a little bit because he's clipped Burns with a couple of those straight left hands.
And he's got that reach advantage. 6'5", reach of 79 inches against the 6-foot Burns.
You know, and I announced Tony Lopez fight with Joey Beltran, the very first one.
Yep.
And he said in that fight he learned that he took too long. You know, he wanted to get started, slow start. You can't do that in bare knuckle. You got to bring it right off the bat. This is a bad cut because it's right in between both eyes, and that blood's going to go in his eyes. It's above the eye, Paulie.
Yeah. It's the kind of blood, the kind of cut you got to keep wiping, as you see right there.
Yep.
Yeah. And you can see Burns has already slowed down.
See the body language right there that you're talking about, Benny.
Yeah.
Tony Lopez taking this fight on 1 week's notice as well.
Mike, that's nothing for him. We brought him on a promotion at War on the Mainland. He lost 30 pounds in 2 days, and they beat Jason Lambert.
That's a warrior. 98 professional MMA fights, 65 wins, 29 by knockout.
Paulie, that almost looks like your cut.
Yeah.
With Lobo?
Yeah. The only time he hit me whole night, too. But they don't want to admit that part.
And both of these men would really like a post-fight bonus because Tony Lopez has 8 kids and Josh Burns has 13.
So the only time they're getting breaks is when they're fighting.
That's exactly right.
Is that their conditioning?
I'm leaving that one alone.
I tell you what, Lopez has started to use his looping left hand from the side. It's almost like a hooking left hand from the southpaw stance. And Burns keeps dipping into it. See, he keeps dipping again on that side. And it seems like Lopez has honed in on a target doing that. Watch from the outside, he may try it again here. Burns dips to one side, and Lopez has realized that instead of throwing the left hand straight, he throws it almost like a hook in a hooking manner.
But he's using
there it is again. You see, there it is again.
Yeah.
He keeps doing it, and Burns keeps dipping into the same shot all over again.
And he's using his reach perfectly.
Listen into the corner of Josh Burns.
Burns does not want to sit down the way that... See that blood right there above the eye, and that's dripping right into the bridge of the nose and then right into the eye.
Not a good cut if you're the one who receives that cut.
Listen, when you got him in the clinch, you got to put his head down, man. You got to put his head down.
You know, everybody brings their team, right? Their entourage, their train. Look at Tony. Came by himself and he had a roll away baggage, and that's it.
Yeah, he's calm as it gets.
120, buddy.
Amazing. This guy is always ready to fight. He's one of these guys that you can't even define. Like he says, his big inspiration is his kids. He keeps telling them age is a number.
Yeah, I'll tell you, he's smart, though. You know, he's playing a very tactically intelligent. And I'll tell you, the reason for that loopy left hand is because Burns dips. And so you're going to miss the straight left hand, but he keeps dipping in the same direction. So you know what? Lopez adjusted that left hand midway through the round, and he hasn't missed it yet when he throws it that way. You're probably going to see it again because I don't really see Burns adjusting to it.
Lopez works construction full-time. His youngest kids are 12 and 5. And he said he's going to keep fighting until his youngest can corner him. Okay, he's 48 now. He might hope that his youngest can corner him in a couple of years.
But, Mike, I mean, I've seen him in those 16 years. He hasn't changed a bit.
No.
And I'll tell you right now, this is the lightest I've ever seen him be. And I say that, but I mean as a heavyweight, because he has gone down to 205. One time, he was a king of the cage champion in 205 and heavyweight.
But could he also be that light because as you age, you start losing muscle mass, Benny? Could that be part of it? Not that it's affecting his fighting style. Good straight left hand again.
Good straight left. Effective. Very systematic. You can see the experience, top to bottom, of Tony Lopez. Black belt in karate. He says a black belt in Kryptonic Jiu-Jitsu. He trains at Planet Kryptonite.
And he's getting ready to go to Thailand to fight 2-on-1.
Come on.
Get out of here. It's 2-on-1.
Two fighters at the same time.
Is he out of his mind? That's a sport? That's a real thing?
Yeah.
So you get jumped, essentially.
It's a menage a trois, but it's in fighting.
Yo, it's the wrong kind.
I'm just letting you guys go here.
Don't let us go.
And we
reel us back in, Goldie. Reel us back in.
Mike Goldberg, Benny Ricardo, Paulie Maldonado. Great to be here. BYB 9. We're in Tampa, Florida. Second round of our heavyweight fight. Still to come. Our main event of the evening is for the belt. J.D. Burns and Jose Fernandez.
Hey, Burns looks tired. His conditioning can't be that great with the size of that gut. And you can see he's just waiting. And the waiting game only favors Lopez because he's the taller guy. He's a more crafty guy. You got to be able to take it to him if you're going to affect him.
And now Tony doesn't use that much energy. Look at that.
He's a more technically sound fighter, so he doesn't really have to. It's up to Burns to fight in an energetic fashion and get close and start roughing things up, but I don't think he has the conditioning to do that. And the more he's getting hit, the more he's going to diminish energy-wise.
And you can tell he wants the plan to come in and try to deliver that shot, but that right hand is just enough, just jagged enough to keep him at bay.
Yeah, there it is again. Left hand shots.
Yeah, Burns is in big trouble, man.
He can't be first. He's having trouble being first. I don't think he's been first in a while. You've got to be first and take the play away from Lopez, who's now just having his way in this technical fight that he's created.
Yeah, there's no offense engagement from Josh Burns at all.
Stop!
And, you know, we talk about fighters being dangerous when they're hurt. But that, and in Lopez, he's about as smart as they come. He senses those things.
Yeah, very
to
crafty.
me, this is like a high-speed chess game with Knuckles.
And he realizes how Burns is breaking down. There's a replay from that last round. The left hand backs up Burns. Left hand from Lopez here.
Look how accurate he is.
Missed the follow-up right hand, but there it is again. He follows up with a little shove on the forearm to create space, but Burns just has no answers.
You know, another fight that Tony had, bare knuckle, was against Alan the Talent Belcher, who's a tremendously great striker, and put it on him, and it went the distance.
Well, who would have ever thought Tony Lopez is 0-3-1?
That's what I'm saying. But it's Beltran, and Jimmy Jennett. I mean, you're talking about champions. the battle continues. He said Burns is big, has heavy hands, can knock out someone when he connects. The only thing is, I don't get knocked out. So take that away, and you're left with two guys. A victim and one that likes to make people bleed for the fans, and I will. And he has. There's Burns.
I'll tell you what, one thing he learned from that Beltran fight is what to do with his hair. Because last time, that hair was in his eyes constantly in that fight.
And that was in Beltran's hometown, so. And I watched Allen for years in MMA, and his kickboxing skills, his power. He put it on Lopez, but Lopez didn't go away.
But see how slick Lopez is with his elbow? Yeah. That's an MMA move right there, keeping the guy away.
The reason Burns is finally able to get in there is because he got away from that loopy left hand that Lopez threw. He made him miss it, and he was able to get his way inside off of that miss. And he didn't do a lot of damage because of Lopez's craftiness, but he's got to continue to try to figure out ways to get inside in that way, because he's obviously not apt to being first. He's here we are on at that mid-range, and he's not first once again. So he's going to need Lopez to miss his offense and commit enough to the offense that when he misses, it allows Burns an entrance in.
Burns needs simply to be the hammer, because he's been the nail throughout this fight thus far.
And you can see as soon as Burns wants to make that move, there's Tony right there in his face.
And in order to be the hammer, you got to initiate.
Yes.
He's not doing that.
You hear the hammer, Mark Coleman. I know that voice anywhere. He said, get started, Burns.
But look at Burns' feet. They don't move at all.
No. And Lopez is smart. He's utilizing his distance. He's not going to step in there tight and give Burns an opportunity to get into some dirty boxing.
Yep, very crafty is Lopez.
Well, that 5-inch reach advantage, he's using that to the maximum.
Absolutely. And that switch stance that you talked about, Benny.
Just a mask of blood on the face of Burns.
You're left with two guys, a victim and one that likes to make people bleed.
And you know, if you sit with Tony, too, because I sat with him on the way to the airport, I mean, he has got a defined plan for everything.
Yeah.
And the guy was just born to fight. He's just one of those guys. It doesn't matter what, even if it's 2-on-1 or if it's MMA or if it's whatever.
I'll tell you what, guys, I mean, it's just not a good night for the Burnses so far. Skylar Burns had a bad night. Josh Burns not having his night.
Well, let's see what JD does.
I don't know what if this bodes well for JD in the main event.
One more Burns to go.
No relation.
No.
Well, there is between Skylar and JD.
Only that they all bleed.
Yes.
Oh, that's an uppercut. That was slick.
Back in 2005, when Tony Lopez started at Colin Oyama's gym, he was told you got to have some kind of nickname that's catchy and unforgettable that, you know, make people know about you. And his wife at the time said, everyone always claims to be like Superman, so why don't you beat Kryptonite? The rest is history.
And he's from Krypton, California?
Well,
Allegedly.
allegedly.
It's actually Ukaipa. But you know what? That's smart. Listen to your wife. Listen to your wife. And, you know, the thing with women is they always spend so much time thinking about what a man is thinking that men don't even think that much when you got to sum it all up.
See, that what you just said confused me, and that would explain a lot of my life.
What am I doing right now? What am I doing? You're good. Just tell me with my boss.
Look how calm he is.
Seconds out. Let's go, guys.
Suck it up, Josh. Right here, Josh. Suck it up.
Right over there for me, Tony.
We need 2 rounds. It's your fight. Let's go, baby.
I'm just a huge fan of Mark the Hammer Coleman. We actually were at Miami of Ohio at the same time.
Really?
Yep.
With Ben?
Yep. Well, no. Benny, thank you for the compliment.
Tony, bring it in here.
Ben was about 20 years later. Coley's a month younger than I am. I tell him I look a little better. 4th round. Here's Josh Burns.
But he realized he's got to start making that effort to close that gap.
He just got he's got a finger in the eye. He's complaining to the ref right now about that.
A big dude, man.
It is a big dude, but when you watch his legs come in there, it's not grounded. It's those punches aren't coming from the hips. He's not able to get himself set. His base of power is like stepping on glass right now.
And that reaction to just duck is scary. I mean, if this were MMA, he would have eaten a knee, and this would have been over a long time ago.
Well, that's what Tony Lopez used against Lambert to finish him off.
Yep.
In the second round, it was a knee.
Let's work, guys.
Look at Lopez's eyes, though, man. They look like Charles Manson eyes.
He's very, very focused.
You had mentioned that Josh Burns, his father, played for the Cleveland Browns. And Josh said, I just wasn't a team sport guy. He found himself playing team sports and waiting to beat the stuff out of people that screwed up on the team.
Yeah.
So wrestling and combat sports is the thing where I said, okay, if it's going to fail, I'm going to be the one responsible for it.
And this is ideal place.
Yep.
His face is a mess now. If we thought Jett's face was marked up, look at this.
Oof. Mask of blood. That's what bare knuckle fighting does.
Yep.
I told Mike Vasquez when he told me about this fight, I said, this is going to be the fight of the night. Tony Lopez will never give you a bad fight.
So if Burns can get to him, it'd be the fight of the night. But right now, Burns has been rendered completely immobile and ineffective.
But, Paul, it was that move you talked about right in the opening round when he switched to that southpaw.
Yeah.
It just...
Yeah, he's been fighting southpaw the whole time. You're right, Benny. It must have completely thrown him off because he's not been able to get out of first gear. Speaking of Burns, with Lopez's southpaw stance must have totally surprised him.
65 MMA wins, 1 pro boxing, 1 pro kickboxing, 3 Muay Thai.
And you figure you got a guy with over 100 fights. You figure he's not. There's nothing you're going to see that he's going to come in with a surprise, and he still can surprise you.
And he's looking for his first bare knuckle win.
Yeah.
As he's 0-3-1, as Benny pointed out.
Well, in his defense, 2 of those losses to Joey Beltran, who never an easy fight for anyone.
Josh, you can see the frustration now.
Yeah. I mean, he's been frustrated for a while. He just can't get out of first gear.
And, Paulie, Mike, you saw briefly in that round, at the early part, Josh came in.
Yes.
And I think that may be the last onslaught that we're going to see out of him. And again, Tony Lopez had an answer, and he used that reach, 5-inch reach advantage. He is so slick in the way he manages that space, and he just barely touches you, but it freezes Burns. He's not able to get in there.
I officially need to take my shirt to the cleaners.
Get away from me, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Look at my score sheet.
Yeah.
Paulie, how come you don't get marked up?
I do. Yeah. Just not on the blood. I got the monitor protecting me. But my notes are blood.
See, here's the onslaught that Burns brought in. That was very early in the round.
But you see, he pushed his way in and smothered himself. And so he's so frustrated that when he finally does get there, he's not cognizant of his distance correctly.
Well, the only thing he needs to do right now is knock out Tony Lopez. He'd be the first. That's the only way Josh Burns is going to win this fight. 5th and final round. It's been all Tony Lopez, utilizing his long reach, the southpaw stance, not getting in to the dirty boxing matchups and situations where Burns could do the most damage.
And you know, the whole thing here with Tony is he's just managing that space so perfectly. Look at the way he senses anything, and then when he throws in, there's nothing Burns can do against that left hand.
I mean, he just threw a triple jab there, Paulie.
Yeah. Crafty.
And you know, he says, I can't hurt my hand because I got to be back and doing construction on Monday.
Right? And his corner said, keep bumping that jab.
And again,
this is what Burns wants.
Burns, again, was able to start because he was able to make Lopez miss that loopy left hand. That loopy left hand is effective when he lands it, but if you miss it, it puts you out of position. Burns has now been able to start at least some kind of offensive attack off of the miss when Lopez misses the loopy left hand. So Lopez has to be careful because Burns is starting to adjust just slightly to that loopy left hand.
That loopy left hand is the kryptonite punch for Tony.
You know what? It's been so effective, but he's got to be careful when he misses it. And so he's being smart now. He's mixing it in with some straight left hands. And that will at least disguise it when you go back to the loop. Because honestly, without a mistake from Lopez, Burns is just not able to close the gap. He's tried everything. He's just frustrated. It doesn't seem as his conditioning is helping him. His weight is definitely not helping him conditioning-wise.
For sure.
He's not able to close that gap.
And you could just see the frustration in Josh's face because Josh really wants to come in there, but he's not able to get started.
Right. 4 of his 8 MMA wins. The Hammer won by knockout or TKO. All 6 wins by knockout. All 5 losses, he's been finished.
And that was a slick move. He started out in the body and then came up.
Yeah, and as he came up, he went back to the right-handed stance. He's just a sitting target now, Burns. You know, he's been frustrated. He's tired. He's just a sitting target. Even if he gets inside, I don't even know how effective he would be if he would be able to get inside. I just feel like he's totally out of it.
That was a backhand.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Lopez, that's my bad.
Look at the bruising on the top of the head of Josh Burns.
Yeah, I mean, the hands of Lopez must be hurting. I mean, again, this is another bald, big head, and you've got to hit barehanded. Again, you see, he missed that loopy left hand.
See, and he got hit.
But Burns is starting to adjust to it, but he doesn't have the energy to mount a complete attack after it. Nice combination there by Lopez.
Great performance by Tony Lopez. Took the fight on 1 week's notice. He will get his arm raised in victory for the first time in his bare-knuckle career.
Yeah, and this is a class performance from Lopez. 5 rounds to 0 easily. And, you know, we give Burns credit for hanging tough, but really just never had anything, never looked like he was going to be effective in any way.
And, you know, Paulie and Mike, this is what makes the fight game so amazing. These guys, I came in the airport with these guys. They greet each other, how's the family? They start talking about the family.
And they get in there, beat the hell out of each other.
Then last night they went out to dinner.
Get out of here.
They went out to dinner last night. They said, yes. They said, yes. And Josh was saying, you know, anybody else, if someone does that, I like Tony. This is just business.
Benny, this is how you know you've had too many fights. When you can't even get your game face on anymore to the point where you can have dinner with your opponent, to me, like, I don't know, you've been fighting too long. I could never have done that. Maybe I didn't have enough fights. I guess when you've had this many fights, you just don't care anymore. Nice.
You mean you wouldn't have dinner with Conor McGregor the night before?
I wouldn't have dinner with anybody I was fighting the night before. I wouldn't be able to. And these are all the highlights. Crafty boxing, even at short range here when Lopez was strapped against the ropes, Burns was really not able to land anything too effective. You see some of the attacks of Burns, even when he did get close, he was not able to be effective or land anything consistent.
But you know what Tony did that was really good there? He would close the distance, land the punch, and move.
Yeah.
Land the punch and move. He never stayed there. And that's what made it tough for Burns.
But the thing was, Burns never even attempted most of the time to make those attacks. I mean, we saw some replays where he was attacking, but you might have had every single time he tried to move forward on those replays. Most of the time, Burns is just a sitting duck, so it was easy for Lopez to just take a little side step, shoot some shots, some pot shots, take a little side step, shoot some pot shots, be creative with the left hands between throwing them straight and throwing them loopy. It's easier to do that when you're not facing pressure. Burns is just not able to pressure Lopez the way he needed to.
You know why they had to go to dinner? Because they said, how's the family? And they have 21 combined kids. And that's a long conversation.
Expensive dinner if you're taking your kids, all those kids. Then you got to fight the next night because somebody's got to be responsible for this.
You got that right.
21 kids.
Loser pays the bill.
Oh, my goodness. Big Mo with the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard for the official decision. Judge Westerterp scores about 50-44, while judges Tate and Torres scored 50-45, declaring your winner by unanimous decision, God of Destruction, Kryptonite Lopez.
Scott Bird saying it's been a long time. I love that. Been a long time. Scott Bird doing such a great job with the Bare Knuckle Boxing Hall of Fame in Belfast, New York. And Tony's getting the blood off so that medal will not get ruined.
It's the oldest award in the world.
Dave Ryan, Claudia Trejos.
Goldie, thanks. Fun to watch. So the hammer, Claudia, is not kryptonite to kryptonite Tony Lopez, 48 years young. Tremendous fight tonight.
Oh, now you say 48
Now I
years young.
say
Now he says,
young.
hello.
Give him a lot of credit for being that old a guy. Getting in the Trigon against Josh the Hammer Burns. Bottom line, we discussed this. You talk to the fighters. They're good friends. The guys mentioned it,
Yes.
Trigon side. They went out to dinner last night, and you predicted this would be tough for friend to fight friend.
Yes, they know each other. They've sparred together. They've actually been together in this journey, be it at BKB, be it in boxing, be it in Muay Thai. I mean, in different disciplines that they practice. So obviously, this was a very, very difficult puzzle to decipher for both of them, because I know what you're going to do, so therefore I'm going to hold back. And Josh Burns was holding back. And then again, let me remind you all, Mike Tyson, Lennox Lewis, how do you get past that jab? And that jab was going in on cue. And Burns' defense was not up to par. You cannot do a shoulder roll when the punch is coming over the shoulder roll.
He's just too big.
Basic math.
He's just too big. And Burns was bloody throughout that fight.
Oh,
and it
my
was
Lord,
just
yes.
jab city
So, but
all night.
What was it that you were
for
saying
5
about
rounds.
Tony?
48 years young.
Thank you. That's it. And you know what? What he showed today is that he can actually stand there, take it, dish it for 5 rounds.
Technically speaking, very good fight for Tony Lopez.
Yes.
As he gets the win of the mighty Trigon tonight. All right, let's move ahead. Super middleweight, 165 pounds, the people's choice. He's a lot of fun to watch. Isaiah Quinones going head-to-head with MC Sandy Lee Eklund from Watts. Very tough customer. We know Isaiah. We've seen him a lot in the mighty Trigon. As athletic, fun to watch. A fighter, as you'll see, absolutely blew the doors off Mike Toughill in Fort Lauderdale at a BYB event with an incredible resounding knockout followed by a backflip. This guy's spectacular to watch.
Absolutely, and I've always said, and Paulie's very keen on reminding me about what I said about Isaiah. Isaiah is a full package across the board. He's entertaining, he's got skills, he's got will, and not only that, he's a showman. He wants to come, bring the fight to his opponent, and show his best fighting skills, and just, you know, allow things to flow. On the other hand, when I talk about Max Sandy, this kid, he even said it, I've never had an easy life. I come from fighting on the streets, and I just translated that well into my fighting skills. So these are two gentlemen that come from rough lives. Let's not forget that Isaiah actually owes everything he has to fighting. He was homeless, and thanks to fighting, he has been able to provide for his family, find a stable home. So these are two people that really know the value of having skills in the Trigon.
Yes or no? Are we going to see another Quinones knockout here, Claudia?
Possible.
Ooh, possible.
Very possible.
Possible. All right.
Yes.
Tail the tape, guys. Take it away.
What does possible mean, Claudia? Like, seriously, possible. Tail of the tape for Isaiah Quinones and MC Sandy Lee Eklund. He's shorter, and Isaiah likes to utilize that reach, Paulie.
Oh, he sure does. 72 inches to 71.5 inches, just a half-inch reach advantage, but he knows how to fight on the outside. He knows how to close that gap with those big crosses, and that height is going to play a factor, because punching down, the big punch in Quinones may give us some dynamite.
We will find out. We know that Isaiah Quinones does not just simply fight. He has other jobs, which is why earlier Claudia said what she said. Let's find out more.
My name's Isaiah, the People's Champ Quinones. You know why they call me the People's Champ? Because I fight for you, the people. Fighting out of Boston, Massachusetts, representing Puerto Rico. Que rico, Puerto Rico, let's go. My style really is to have no style. I just try to adapt to who I'm fighting. You know, never is there going to be a fight that's the same. Every fight's different. Every opponent's different. My fighting style is to knock you out. I grew up fighting all my life, you know, living in the streets, being homeless. I was able to learn by the streets. I never really, you know, had a coach or somebody teach me a technique until I started bare knuckle fighting, and I started training with Josh Dempsey. Bare knuckle fighting is the oldest sport in history. This ain't boxing, this ain't MMA. This is straight bone on bone. There's no pad, no protection. This isn't the movie. This isn't played out. This is what you get. This is blood, knockouts. All my life I was scared to express myself because I wasn't sure if I could defend myself. So fighting has given me food, fighting has given me a place to live, fighting has given me my 2 pit bulls, It's given me a better relationship with my family. I guess that's why I really like fighting, because it helps me get through life. I got 2 pit bulls. I got Champ and Muñeca. I consider myself to be like a pit bull because the first thing people do when they see a pit bull is they judge them. Don't judge a pit bull by its cover. They may look mean, but we're not. But we do bite. I'm not here to pity pat. I'm here to be the greatest. This is something that we love to do. Whether it's me, my opponent, or anybody, show everybody love. Make sure you stay tuned because there's going to be a lot of action, a lot of blood, a lot of knockouts. Let's put on a good show, have a good fight, and I'll bring a pillow and a blanket for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next bout on the card is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds in the BYB Super Middleweight Division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome the Trigon, MC Elkin.
MC Elkin takes this fight against the veteran of Trigon battles on 3 weeks notice. Says he's got power, speed, head movement, and defense. He also, Paulie said, I've been fighting all my life for free. Why not get paid? Why not be a champ?
Makes sense, man. I mean, if you like to fight and you're apt to get into fights, and you've got the skills, and most importantly, you've got the toughness to last, then you know what? You might as well try to compete and make some money.
And this is an example of 2 guys who learned their craft on the street.
Yeah.
These guys are not guys that went to a gym and learned how to fight in a gym. No, they fought on the streets. On the part of Quinones, he was homeless. He fought on the street. He learned how to defend himself, how to take care of himself. You get a guy like Elkin, he comes out of Watts. He has all those unsanctioned fights that take place, all these underground. So don't go by the fact that this is his debut. This guy's been in a lot of street fights.
Asked about the opponent, Isaiah Quinones said nothing. He's all right. Look at the new design, our new logo. It's got decorations on it, kind of like my shirt and notes.
Get it!
Big Mo.
Go! And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. Please welcome to the Trigon, Isaiah Quinones.
So Isaiah also is a male dancer. He spent 15 years doing that, which is why Claudia made the
Ladies and gentlemen, this super middleweight bare knuckle bout is brought to you by Life Science Natural Cleaning Solution. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 160 pounds. He is making his bare knuckle debut, and he fights out of Southgate, California. Introducing MC and his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He stands 6 feet 1 inches tall, weighing in at 166 pounds. He holds a bare knuckle record of 3 wins, 1 loss, and he fights out of Miami, Florida. Introducing the People's Champ, Isaiah Quinones. Our referee in charge, Wayne Spinola.
All right, gentlemen, know the rules. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. If you want to now, shake hands. Okay, step back. I'll get you guys started in 1 second.
Super middleweight matchup scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Professional debut was the only setback by DQ on the ledger in bare knuckle on the People's Champs.
And that was an illegal blow to the back of the head that got him disqualified.
Yep. They tangle early. Red for Quinones with the red and black trunks. Black trunks for MC Eklund.
This is a wrestling match.
Well, it's a street fight.
Yeah.
This is a street fight all the way, folks.
That's exactly right.
Get your headlights flashing on, then we got to fight.
Look at the eyes of Quinones, wide open. He's alert. And here we go back into the clinch.
But I'll tell you what, though, Elkin is explosive.
Low blow.
Both guys big fans of Mike Tyson. Quinones loves the GOAT, Muhammad Ali. Eklund, also Andre Ward, and our good buddy Roy Jones Jr. So the only thing he wants is to be the best at 165, get the belt. His first test is right here in front of him, and Isaiah Quinones.
Oh! That's with two big right hands.
Yep.
Finally, he was able to find the distance for them, and when LK finally stopped rushing in, LK might be best to rush in, because if you leave Quinones that distance and that space, and now he's back rushing in, and Quinones.
Yeah, a half guard. That's a half guard.
Yeah, exactly. Side control.
Right time.
LK's just kind of rushing in without punching, so it's sort of making the fight wind up in weird, awkward situations.
But Elkin doesn't have that counter move.
There's a big right hand again, and that's the thing. He doesn't know how to fight at mid-range, so he just flies in. But then when he gets close, he doesn't know how to fight at that range. Oh, there it is.
He's got it. Big shot. Eklund down early. It is all over, just like that. Watch for the backflip.
Paulie, you called it. He didn't know what to do. He would duck that head. That was his defense, kind of ducking the head.
Just flying in. He was trying to make it some kind of sort of wrestling match. I don't know. I mean, he really did fight like a street fighter. The difference with Quinones is he may have started as a street fighter, but he learned to fight on the way to getting to this point in his career. It didn't look like LK ever made any progress. You might be a tough guy in the street. You might know how to fight a little bit in the street, but these fights last longer, so you've got to actually understand a certain discipline, because they're not going to just be these weird wrestling kind of fights. The referees will break you, and they'll force you to fight and actually throw punches and land punches, and LK just never knew how to fight at this distance. Look, he's lined up for this big shot right here. Erin was hurt. Erin's already stiff. He's done. He's out. You know?
And he timed that. Look at this right hand. Watch the extension on the right hand. Bam. Totally extended.
Yep. I mean, he never saw it coming.
Isaiah Quinones. Boom.
And that's in that Vega nerve. You know, that's the one. Watch his arms afterward. They start to go straight up.
Yeah, big shot there.
Yep.
It was the right hand. I think the uppercut was just elementary at that point. I think it was the right hand that did the damage. I mean, it was from the side, too. It was, I don't think he never saw it coming. I don't even know what he was doing at that angle.
And that was a full extension on that punch when he landed it. I mean, he was turning it.
Fourth straight win for the People's Champ. Fourth straight first round knockout.
And you know what he didn't bring to the ring this time? I mean, to the Trigon? The chain.
Yeah, it's true. The dog chain.
You know, that's been kind of his trademark, bringing that chain.
Rampage might have taken it back.
Yeah, I'm okay. Let's bend the minute.
Big Mo to make it official.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Wayne Spinola calls a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 25 seconds of the very first round, declaring your winner by knockout, the People's Champ, Isaiah Quinones.
Isaiah Quinones does a great job, the People's Champ, and gets another first round finish. But you guys talked about it. He's always had the great mentality. He's always had the battle. He's always had the will. But his skills are just getting sharper and sharper, because that was a beautiful punch.
Well, when you've lived on the streets like he did, I mean, what else? What could possibly happen after that?
Right, I guess that's true.
All the folks at home, be nice to your homeless people.
So possibly, Dave, we could have seen a knockout in that fight, right?
And we're live.
All right, we're with the winner, Isaiah, the People's Champ, Quinones. Isaiah, it was a crazy start. You guys came out kind of awkward, doing some wrestling, but you settled in, you went to your game plan. Talk about that big punch that ended the fight.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to God for bringing us all together for here in a peaceful environment. And just want to say thank you to my coach, Young Tigers Foundation, Tigre, and to my family, for everybody out here who came to support me, Coach Domingo, my family, Big Mo, thank you guys, I appreciate y'all. The game plan was already set before the match started. My coach said earlier fight, he saw one of the older fighters, he went down like this. He said, if you have it like that again, just throw an uppercut. And you know, it's that easy, just listen to your coach. I threw the uppercut and I landed it, and you saw what happened.
You have a big following. You have so many fans. That's why you call yourself the People's Champ. How important is it to you to have all that support?
It's the most important thing. Without you people, I'm nothing. Without you people, there's nothing here. So you guys motivate me, you guys push me, you guys drive me to keep going, keep knocking motherfuckers out. Thank you!
Congratulations, Isaiah. Big knockout.
Hey, shout out to Mike Vasquez. Thank you for running this organization and for giving us an opportunity to be successful. I appreciate you, Mike.
Isaiah Quinones, winner by knockout. Let's go back up to Dave and Claudia.
Hey, Bob, thanks so much.
It was a possibility, and it happened.
I asked you about the possibility.
Yes. Okay,
Bottom
Goldie.
line here.
Wait, stop. Let me just rephrase.
Okay, go ahead.
So let's go back. Mike Trujillo, 29 seconds.
Yeah.
Juan Pina, 49 seconds.
Yeah.
But we don't know what Elkin could do. So I just said there's a possibility, which is different from probability. The probability was there. Everything was possible. So there you go.
A
That's all I'm
good
saying.
Claudia disclaimer. I like it. Quinones' bottom line here is a knockout machine.
Yes.
That was spectacular. The right hand rocked his opponent tonight. One more uppercut to finish it off, but it was the right hand that ended this fight.
Absolutely. It started with a straight right, and then the uppercut just finished it off. I just want, if we had a chance to look at the replay, the bridge of his nose was shot, done. And sometimes people like Mercedes and Lee Elkin have no quit in them, but this is what it takes to take him down. Now, Isaiah, at this point in time, I don't see a ceiling for his ability. Every time we see him, he gets a little bit better. He gets a little bit more refined. His skills, sitting behind his punches, sitting behind that jab, that by now has actually become a power punch.
Give credit to MC Sandy Lee Elkin for hanging in there in the Trigon with Quinones as the People's Champ. What's next for a guy like Quinones? Where can he take his fight game from this point forward, Claudia? He's knocking out everybody he faces right now.
With that work ethic, with the type of boxing skills that he shows, the type of patience, he could go anywhere. I mean, I see no limit to his ability. Plus, he is charismatic, he's good looking, he can dance, he can wear...
We know he can dance.
He can dance with a thong. So again, did you already forget that? He can pull that off.
I will never forget.
So again, full package.
Super cruiserweight, Lopez Kelly coming up. Let's get the tail of the tape from the guys, Trigon side.
Tail of the tape for our next matchup, and it is the veteran Carlos Lopez. He owns one of the nastiest overhand rights in the business. Pauliard, tail of the tape for this one.
And both guys same age, same reach, same height, and same weight.
I would say virtually identical.
Virtually identical. Now let's see how we separate them inside the Trigon.
There you go. There's a possibility of a knockout. Big Mo.
Mi nombre es Carlos Machete Lopez. They call me Machete because my grandpa used to solve their problems with machete. That's how we're gonna solve the problem with the hands. These are the ones that are gonna make it work. My mom, she left me over there in my country when I was 5 years old. And so you have to find your own way. I used to sell cheese in the street. I used to see a lot of gang members fighting in the street. And I'm like, one day I'm gonna learn how to fight and protect myself. I've been watching boxing since I was a kid. When I came over here to United States, I fought a couple of amateur fights, and then I went pro for almost 6 years, I would say. I was fighting bare knuckle in the street, and now that they gave me the opportunity about fighting in the ring bare knuckle, I took the opportunity because I want to prove myself. I'm really looking forward to this fight because my ex-wife, she burned my house, and I want to use the money to fix my house.
You said she burnt the house?
Yeah. People get scared when they see, he's fighting bare knuckle, he's crazy, he's gonna get cut. But when you have a strong mind, it's another fight. I have a lot to show. I want to do something different. You know, just be me, have fun. I remember that it was my first contract. I was gonna fight 5 times, and we got pulled over by immigration, you know. I spent 2 months in jail, and I thought that my career was over. I knew in my mind that I was gonna get out because I haven't done anything to nobody. And luckily, immigration let us go. Because of fighting, I'm here. Never give up. Life is gonna throw you everything. They're gonna hit you with rocks, viruses, diseases. Just continue fighting every day.
Ladies and gentlemen, this super cruiserweight bare knuckle bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome to the Trigon, Chad Kelly.
Bellefontaine, Ohio, 45 minutes from Columbus, lives now in Independence, Ohio. Chad the Butcher Kelly trains under Marcus Marinelli of Strong Style. That is the same gym as Stipe Miocic, the former 2-time UFC heavyweight champion, considered by some the greatest of all time. A total of 4 title defenses, Golden Gloves champion. He wrestled and played baseball at Cleveland State. So in other words, Chad Kelly, training-wise, is in very good hands, Benny.
Exactly. You know, here's a guy who said, you know, to me, it's just another face I'm going to punch. Very callous about the way he goes about it. It's just a business, and he thinks he's going to go right through Lopez. It doesn't matter. He said, the only fear I have is falling short of my own athletic performance. So he wants that chance to go ahead and show what he can do. Physicality, mentality, and then that skill set of being able to go ahead and combine his punches and then not go down. He doesn't have a down button.
Taking this fight at 205 on 3 weeks' notice, he said, but there's a whole 85 division with my name on it. Big Mo.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome to the Trigon, Carlos Lopez.
Born in San Salvador, El Salvador. Now lives here in South Florida. Carlos Lopez said he discovered his right-hand power in a 1-glove fight in high school. Good thing you didn't put the glove on the wrong hand.
There you go.
Very calm. He's gonna go. He's gonna work you. Loves to work that uppercut from the right side. He does punch with the left too, Paulie, by the way.
No, just a little bit.
And he's coming off a second-round against a disqualification against Harrison Aiken. Then before that, it was a spectacular knockout against William Sears, and then a knockout against Tegan Franco.
And there was, you know, that was a tough one, and both fighters were disappointed that it finished that way. Lopez threw a punch. Aiken was on his knee. Like instantaneously, just for a split second. Both guys showed a lot of respect to each other afterwards. It was nothing intentional, to say the least, Ben.
Yeah, and you know, Lopez tried to clarify that by saying, you know, I was in rhythm.
Yes.
So it wasn't anything with malintent, but it was just a rhythm.
That said, he comes in at 2-1, looks to get back to his winning ways. Carlos Machete Lopez. Big Mo with the official introductions.
Ladies and gentlemen, this super cruiserweight bare knuckle bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds and is presented by the Bare Knuckle Boxing Hall of Fame. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 204 pounds. He holds an undefeated bare knuckle record of 1 win, 0 losses, and he fights out of Independence, Ohio, introducing Chad the Butcher and his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 6 feet tall, weighing in at 204 pounds. He holds a bare knuckle record of 2 wins, 1 loss, and he fights out of Fort Pierce, Florida, introducing Carlos Machete Lopez. Our referee in charge, Bobby Wambacher.
All right, gentlemen, we've been through the rules in the back. I expect a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch him up if you want.
Bobby Wambacher, Wayne Spinola doing a great job. 3rd man in the Trigon tonight. Carlos Lopez, Chad Kelly. Here we go. Lopez in the black trunks, red wraps. Red trunks, blue for Kelly. His pro debut was in Cheyenne, Wyoming, August of last year. TKO win at 113 of round number 1.
And Carlos Lopez got that name Machete from his grandfather. I guess his grandfather was pretty skilled with that machete. And so they ended up giving his grandson that name.
That's a cutting nickname, man. He said his boxing has improved.
Oh, nice jab.
Since it's been bare knuckle only.
Kelly started out aggressively this fight so far. He's kept Lopez on the back foot.
And he's doing a good job. He's not lunging, Paul. He's very aggressive. He's managing that space beautifully right now.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say he's landing the most tremendous shots. What he's doing is he's keeping Lopez on the back foot and not able to set up that big right hand.
Pressure fighter, and that's when we asked him his fighting style, he said aggressive, and this would be aggressive. He's got a tattoo on his back similar to Stipe's.
And then Kelly's talking about he has no quit button in his body, nothing. And he's got cut now right on the bridge of the nose.
Yeah, another nice jab by Lopez. That's may have spurred on Lopez. Big right hand there by Kelly.
Kelly likes to come up over the top, so he's just wide open for an uppercut by Lopez.
Lopez starting to establish that jab now. He's landing a few stiff jabs. And Kelly may need to start feinting there. He's gotten into such a rhythm with his aggressiveness. It's starting to get timeable, if that's a word. He's got to start mixing in some feints with that pressure he's trying to put on. And now he's actually confused and not pressuring at all. And it's going to only give Lopez a chance to be more tactical. And there it is again with the jab.
There's that upper.
Yeah, that's the one he looks for.
So if he sits that jab, Mike, and then he's got that upper coming up and following it up.
Yep. I just Googled it. Timeable. Yes, it is a word.
All right.
I got you, Paulie.
Thanks, Goldie.
Thank you. Got your back, buddy. Carlos Lopez, Chad Kelly, scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Still ahead. Erin Toughill back in the Trigon, and our title fight, Jose Fernandez, J.D. Burns.
There's some feints.
Kelly looks good.
Yeah, Kelly, some feints on Kelly on the way in. There's again another feint he tried.
I think his lip is cut up right now, Kelly.
No, there's definitely blood on both sides. I mean, this is some resistance for Lopez that we haven't seen before. Yeah, now he's trying to work his way inside a little bit differently than just coming straight in.
Yeah, but when he comes in, though, Paul, he comes in like an MMA fighter, not like a boxer. Because he doesn't come in punching. He doesn't walk him down.
I'll tell you what, though. He's getting Lopez that mouse on that left eye, so he's landing some shots. And he's made life a little bit difficult for Carlos Lopez in round 1.
There's Stipe, right there, Stipe Miocic, one of the greatest heavyweight champions in MMA history. And one of the nicest guys you will ever meet.
Isn't that amazing, though? The guys make a living being brutal, yet they're the nicest people out of the ring.
He had the UFC belt, Benny, and he still kept his job as a full-time firefighter. Still did it. Croatian.
Mijopic.
Yeah. Yep. And when he did win the title, they celebrated with some Croatian wine, and they were drinking it out of coffee mugs because that's what they had at the hotel. No big party, just a quiet celebration, family style.
There you go.
Chad Kelly, Carlos Lopez, round 2.
I'll tell you what, Carlos has gotten used to hitting guys with the right hand and they go away.
Yeah.
This guy, Chad Kelly's gotten in his face.
That's a great point.
It's going to allow us to see what kind of character Lopez has. Right now, we're seeing that if he's backed up, maybe the power is not the same. And that's the thing, the case for a lot of punchers is when you back them up, they don't have the same kind of firepower. Lopez has landed his share of shots, as you can see on the face of Kelly, but it hasn't been the same firepower you've been used to seeing from Lopez.
Now, can Chad Kelly on 3 weeks' notice keep this type of pace up?
Yeah, good question. Well, that's actually been the main key of what's been bothering Lopez and what's allowed Kelly to do the damage he's done.
Another good right hand right there by Kelly.
He said he started training in 2009, Chad Kelly did, after an altercation. That's all he said, didn't elaborate.
I think it's self-explanatory, right, Goldie?
Yes, exactly.
And it's amazing. He's one of those guys. He likes to watch somebody fight, and if he likes what the guy does, he tries to emulate it. So he tries to go right back in there and work on that and try to go duplicate that and put that as part of his arsenal.
Oh, good uppers there by Lopez.
He's starting to land that. That is his favorite punch, as we well know. He's utilized it quite often.
But it's not affected or deterred the pressure mentality of Chad Kelly. We're both bleeding, and Kelly's cut in a bad place, just like we said earlier, Benny, with the cut right on the bridge of the nose.
And you can see constantly trying to wipe that.
Yep. Starting to give some stutter step feints in there, at least before, like he wasn't doing earlier in the fight. And sometimes that's helped him land some shots. Both guys have been effective with the jab when they've used it. It's just it's been a little bit few and far between, but that jab has been a good weapon for both guys when it's been used.
And that's the thing. If you're going to throw a jab, you better be committed to it and go to it again. And you got to throw it with bad intention.
Yeah, consistency.
This pressure's working against Carlos Lopez so far. Round 2, 40 seconds on the clock. Man, he's bruised up.
And I'll tell you what, Lopez's conditioning is now going to come into play because the pace Kelly's brought in is forcing Lopez to have to deal with a lot too.
So you take a fight on short notice, but you do it in a weight class above your normal weight class. So if you are training with any kind of consistency, there is the argument that you didn't have to make the weight cut.
Yeah, and therefore you may be better conditioned, sure.
Right. We're seeing a good pace set by Chad Kelly. Very aggressive and taking these first 2 rounds.
Mouse on the left side of Lopez's.
And you know,
face. I don't know if that's the.
Watch his corner guy. I'm not seeing any.
I tell you, man, that's a big cut.
Well, where's the inswell though?
Yeah, they're gonna need that inswell, man. You're gonna need some inswell for that, man.
So there's no inswell, nothing being applied to him.
Boom. A shot on that jab. We mentioned the jab being an effective weapon for both guys when they've used it. There's the inswell now. It's being applied.
Oh yeah, he's got it now. But that thing's on the outside. But the thing with Kelly, it's right on that outside the bridge of the nose, and it's coming down right in the eye.
With Kelly, it's the bridge of the nose. But here's the thing about that kind of swelling, man. The kind of swelling Lopez has can really grow fast. Sometimes that's an orbit bone issue too.
Seeing Chad Kelly utilize his hands and his boxing skills tonight like he has.
Oh, big upper to start the round, wow.
Is not overly surprising to me. Of all the skills that his mentor Stipe Miocic has, he's a Golden Gloves champion. Stipe used his hands brilliantly in the octagon. And his batting average was .316 at Cleveland State.
Wow.
And he wrestled.
All-around athlete.
You got that right.
You see there's a swelling. It's not going to take many more shots for that swelling to get real bad for Lopez.
I know, the sense of urgency, I mean, he's got to do it now.
Yeah.
And when you get a guy cut up like that can't see, that's when you change your punching angles. And that uppercut is right there begging to be landed.
I mean, if you just look at the face of Lopez, you can tell he's taking too many right hands. I mean, it's all...
There's that upper. See, he's going to throw that upper now.
Both guys have had some success with that upper.
There's that upper. See,
big uppercut, dropped him again. That was off the top plum, too. Kept him in place. No
he doesn't see that coming, though, Paulie.
This is no neutral corner. Kelly's just on the rope. That's it.
That's it. Chad Kelly victorious in his BYB debut. He finishes Carlos Lopez.
First time we saw some resistance given back to Carlos Lopez. So it was interesting to see how he would react to that resistance. He fought hard.
But you can tell that from the corner, the instruction came throw the uppercut.
Yeah.
You see the way he started with that?
Started the round with that.
Right away.
Right away, the round started was jab, uppercut, and then it continued with the uppercut the remainder of whatever we had of this round.
Because they could sense, you know, he couldn't see that anymore. Lopez could not see that coming. It came that uppercut. It was right on the button. Watch this. There it is.
Yeah. Right there.
And another one.
And that was
He
far
doubled
from the
up
first
on that
one, yeah.
uppercut.
And the round actually started with this uppercut. It's crazy.
There's one. And here's two.
Yeah. He just couldn't get away from it. Could not get away from it.
Back live taking a look at Chad Kelly finishing Carlos Lopez for a big win. As I look in the corner now, that may not be Stipe. That might be his twin brother. But anyway, it's a great storyline with Stipe. We finally got a tight shot of him. He's his twin. Like help me out.
No,
Chad, move over a little bit.
That's not him.
Yeah, that's his twin. Brandon. Anyway, we got the storyline out. Stipe, I know you're watching your guy. We miss you, brother. You're a great champ.
And it was twin uppercuts.
Yes, there you go.
Twin uppercuts that produced the knockout.
Benny with the kick saving of beauty. Thank you, partner. Great debut for Chad Kelly, the proud Buckeye. Here's Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Bobby Wambacher calls a stop to this contest at 1 minute, 21 seconds of the third round, declaring your winner by knockout, Chad the Butcher Kelly.
Chad the Butcher Kelly finishes Carlos Lopez, the first to finish Carlos Lopez, because even in that fight against Aiken, Carlos was in control. Not tonight. Chad Kelly was aggressive, stayed aggressive, and got the victory.
You know, Mike, it's always interesting to watch a fighter when all of a sudden he lands that right hand, right? And all of a sudden, the opponent's not going anywhere. Instead, he's coming straight at him, and then all of a sudden, no plan B.
Great job done. He gets his medal, and we go up to Rhino.
Goldie, thanks so much. Wow, Claudia. Chad Kelly, the former wrestler, the baseball player Goldie talked about at Cleveland State. Debut in the mighty Trigon. Incredibly impressive against a fighter we've known well over the last couple of years in Carlos Lopez, with a lot of experience and a lot of confidence. Lopez said before this fight, I don't care if this fight goes 1, 2, 5 rounds. I'm ready for whatever Chad Kelly's going to throw at me. He was not ready for the uppercut.
No.
Because that landed on the button and ended this fight.
And the hook. that right hook was actually what controlled from the first round, doing some serious damage on that left eye on Carlos that eventually inhibited him from seeing where the punches were coming from. If you can't see, you can't avoid. Simple. But moreover, Kelly actually overcame the difference in height and the difference in reach. So this shows me that this guy, and he said it yesterday, I have no quit in me. I don't care who's in front of me. I'm going to take the win. And I need to make a statement. And that's exactly what he did. He overcame the height, the reach, and he showed mastership. He showed, I would say, Trigon generalship. And that is a perfect combination for a fantastic future.
It's not often someone does so well in their debut.
Yes.
We've seen plenty of crash and burn efforts in the mighty Trigon, the 22 by 22 by 22, the small fighting surface. Sometimes really good fighters do not fare well. Chad Kelly certainly did tonight.
Absolutely. One of the things that we got to remember is that somebody like Machete, who has such long legs, it only takes 2 steps to go from one corner to the next. So he actually creates those spaces to use that jab, very long jab. But Kelly just put the pressure on him, suffocated him, and could not use his fight plan.
We know Seth Schaefer, he had a very good debut in the mighty Trigon. Toby Misic out of Hawaii has never been here before. He grew up playing basketball. His brothers said, you know what, you're getting so many fights on the basketball court. Let's just skip hoops altogether and go right to the fighting. And he really took to the sport.
Yes, he did. And he had an outstanding outing in most of his fights. But my key here is the 2-year layoff. That marks a big difference. Because even though he says he's been active, he's been going to the gym, he's been sparring, there's a big difference between just fighting with friends that you know and just having those exchanges with different gyms. Another thing is when you're facing somebody that's willing to literally rip your head off. And that's what Seth is ready to do.
Seth Schaefer has recent experience in the Trigon. Misic does not. Let's find out how this great fight unfolds here in Tampa. And let's go now to the tail of the tape.
Tail of the tape for Toby Misic, who grew up just down the street from the prodigy B.J. Penn. His opponent, they talked about, Ohio's Seth Schaefer.
Tail of the tape, 28 years old for Schaefer, who was very impressive the last time out. We saw him with a body shot knockout. He's 1 inch down on the reach advantage. Toby Misic, a little older, 1 inch reach advantage, but he's a little shorter. Schaefer boxes well from the outside. He's got that reach advantage. Both weighed in at 144 pounds.
Seth Schaefer looking to move to 2-0 inside the Trigon.
My name is Seth Logan Schaefer. I'm from Canton, Ohio, and I'm fighting Toby Mish. If I had to pick from my father and my mother's side where the fighter runs in the blood, it's definitely my mother's side. So she can be just as hot-headed and tempered than me. So, but she understands. My major influence is my grandmother. She's no longer here, but she's always with me in spirit. She taught me everything that made me the man I am today. Patience, kindness, but also to be, firm and strong at the same time. So I owe a lot to her. I expect a tough fight. I know he's a ex-Bellator fighter. He hasn't fought in a while, I believe about 2 years, but I'm not taking that in consideration. I don't expect any ring rust from him because I believe with all his experience that he's just going to treat it as another fight. He's very tough, but a soft body, so I'm assuming, hard head, but soft body. Toby Mish, if you see this before the fight, I think you already know what's going to happen. You probably watched tape on me from the last fight, so you know what's going to happen. So you can try all you want, but it's inevitable. That liver shot, it's going to happen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this welterweight bare knuckle bout is scheduled for 5 3-minute rounds. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome to the Trigon, Toby Misic.
Toby comes to us all the way from Hilo, Hawaii. Toby's last boxing match was in '09, and that was a loss And then his last MMA fight was in 2019. So he's had some inactivity that he's going to have to come back to. So we'll see how ready he is. But he's a former basketball player, a little hot under the collar. And then next thing you know, his brother's got him to fight. And Mike, here he is fighting before us.
Basically, what you're saying is he is just your typical Hawaiian.
Yeah, bro.
Toby, exactly. Toby, too quick. Misa just turned 34 years old on Monday. That last fight that Claudia referred to was Bellator 235. Salute the troops. I called that fight against Eric Perez. It was a knockout, 54 seconds into the fight.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. Please welcome to the Trigon, Seth Schaefer.
And, you know, getting a chance to talk to Seth, you know, he said, you know, you were right, because he watched our fight when we were commentating about the fact that he wasn't moving his feet. And he said, you were right, I wasn't moving my feet. And then finally when I did, in that third round, I landed that liver shot, and that ended it.
Seth Schaefer from Canton, Ohio, born and raised. The home of the
Pro Football
Hall of Fame, baby. Considers himself a brawler. And I like when he was asked about his skills and his strengths, he said, no strengths, everything needs improvement. Humble. Yep. He's in against a Hawaiian who has been in a lot of fights. You fight in Hawaii, just scrap. I mean, BJ Penn sold millions of t-shirts that said that, and justifiably so. So both of these combatants will throw with willingness, and they will throw with frequency.
And what you're going to see right off the bat again is the aggression of Misa, and then the calmness of Schaefer to pick his spots.
Toby has that nickname of Too Quick for a reason. We'll see if he can convert it into a Trigon victory. With the official introductions of this welterweight contest, once again, here's Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this welterweight bare-knuckle bout is brought to you by Playmakers. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 144 pounds. He is making his bare-knuckle debut, and he fights out of Hilo, Hawaii. Introducing Toby and his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 9 inches tall, weighing in at 144 pounds. He holds an undefeated bare-knuckle record of 1 win, 0 losses, and he fights out of Canton, Ohio, introducing Seth Schaefer. Our referee in charge, Wayne Spinola.
All right, gentlemen. Listen, guys, you know the rules. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. If you want to now, shake hands. Okay, step back and get you guys started in a second.
Seth Schaefer, 1-0. Toby Misa making his professional bare-knuckle debut. Toby's a southpaw. He's in the blue. Schaefer in the red. Here we go. White trunks for Schaefer. Black trunks for the Hawaiian. Toby Too Quick Misa. Quick body shot.
And of course, when you get the southpaw orthodox, it gets back to the feet.
Yeah, feet.
Keeping that lead foot outside.
Yeah, also be careful they don't trip over each other's feet, and also got to watch the clashes of heads at times. Oh, good shot there, good left hand there by Misa.
Boy, he's got some quick hands.
Yep. Nickname's Too Quick.
That's it.
Schaefer was planning to attack the body of Misa, but he might be too quick. He may not be there long enough.
Yeah, you're gonna have to attack from the outside for that for the time being.
Nice counter.
I think Schaefer trying to lure him in, and maybe get him to,
shoulder roll was beautiful.
Yeah, get him to overcommit, and maybe counter him from there. Maybe that's his plan. I guess he figures he can't close the gap at center of Trigon.
A lot of MMA experience, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu experience for Misic as well as with Schaefer.
And Schaefer's talking to Misic now.
Yeah.
Says, come on in, come on in.
Well, there's not a Hawaiian in the world who's unwilling to talk back.
Well, so far, Misic hasn't said anything, though. Look, he just does his punching.
Let's go, bruh. Toby, very nice young man, a father, husband. Just got married. Said I didn't even get a honeymoon. I said, well, get yourself, you know, a honeymoon after this. He'd like to do it with a victory.
Good sharp left hand to the stomach by Misic, but he got poked by a parry attempt of Schaefer.
I tell you what, Schaefer's pretty slick with his counter.
Yeah, he is.
You know, he gives you that shoulder roll and then he counters off of it. Here it is.
Here it is. Yeah, he tries to parry it, tries to block his face, and he ended up poking him.
But was it with the left hand?
Yeah.
Unintentional. Toby seems to be fine, and we continue the battle. See Schaefer showing the respect.
And Schaefer wants to fight from that corner, which surprises me.
Well, I think he realizes maybe he can't find his way inside at center Trigon. Misic's feet are too fast, so I think he's just basically trying to adapt and trying to suck Misic in. And maybe he's in the corner, he can get Misic to stand still for a second while he attacks him.
And, you know, Schaefer had the same trouble when he fought the last time we saw him. And then all of a sudden, by the third round is when he got his feet going, and he landed that big shot to the body.
And Misic's feet are quick, man. He's going to have to figure something out. I don't even think waiting on the corner is going to affect Misic. Misic is not going to overcommit. He seems like a smart fighter, and he seems like he knows the timing of when to be in and when to be out.
Youngest of 5, 2 older brothers, 2 older sisters. One of his older brothers is a black belt in karate. Wife Brianna, 2 daughters, and his son Braxton was with him in the Trigon earlier. Now he's in his first bare knuckle battle officially. Good first round for the Hawaiian.
So I'm going to give that first round to Misic.
Yeah, it seems like he had control center ring. No big shots were landing from either guy, but it seemed like Misic dictated the way the fight was fought.
2-3-2, that straight, that drop the hammer, when you're diamond out, hook, and fire the
Round 2. Toby Misic, the southpaw, blue wraps, black trunks. Seth Schaefer in the red, looking to move to 2-0 inside the Trigon. And Toby's movement, his quickness, his athleticism being showcased in a huge way here in this fight thus far.
We'll see, though. Misic wants to sit down on some of those punches now, so he doesn't get in and out of there. See if he's trying to test his power, see if he can take him out.
That's also the only way. The only way Schaefer is going to be able to land. If Schaefer can apply that sharp defense on those times when Misic is sitting down a little bit more, maybe Misic, maybe he'll be able to counter Schaefer.
Good combination. Toby will stand in the pocket and exchange. He's very mentally tough. Sometimes too much. Depends on his chin too much. Leaves himself open for a counter. He's trying to find that middle ground here.
And boy, you sense that Misic now senses that Schaefer can't hurt him right now.
Yeah, and also Mesic, there's not enough daylight between his punches. He's so fast and he keeps him so short. It's hard to counter in between those.
He won amateur titles in almost every event held in Hawaii. Has a win over that UFC veteran Eric Perez in Bellator that I talked about. He said, Seth is very tough. This will be a fun fight. Has been thus far.
Yeah, he's got some good boxing skills.
You know, and the boxing skills that he has, I mean, you would never even know he's an MMA guy.
Yeah, he fights. His stand-up is like a boxer. I mean, I have to imagine he's practiced a lot in boxing. His stance, the way he pushes. I mean, he just is the way his feet are set. He looks like a boxer to me.
And he moves laterally beautifully.
Yeah, if somebody would have just told me what do you think this guy's background is, I would have said boxing. Even the way he kind of touches with that lead probing hand, the way a southpaw does in boxing, I would have bet a lot of money and lost that his background was boxing and not MMA.
Well, Paulie and Benny, he has 11 professional MMA wins, 8 by knockout.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And he does a good job with that jab.
Oh, nice counter uppercut there by Mesic.
There's that body shot.
Yeah, those are good body shots by Schaefer.
That was a push down.
Yeah,
that was a push down. In McGregor's camp, that would have been a knockdown, but in real life, it's a push down. The referee. Oh, nice body shot there by Schaefer again. He's looking for that hook to the body.
Trying to find an opening, trying to time the ultra fast Toby Too Quick Misek.
Well, that's the way you fight fast, guys. You go for aim for the shoulders and get what you get.
But you know what he's doing? You see what he's doing? He's going for the tie plum and trying to get to the body. You see? Because he can't get him to sit still, so maybe with the tie plum, they'll get him to sit still. Good fight. This is a skill fight between both fighters, man, honestly. This is a real skill fight.
I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to give it on to Schaefer.
It's close rounds. You got to know what you're watching to appreciate this fight, though, because this is not one of those rock'em sock'em fights like some of the other fights we've had. This is a real skill fight.
No, there's a reason why our matchmaker, Mel Valenzuela, is headed to the Bare Knuckle Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. Yeah. And you know, it's funny, talking to Mel, too, he says, when Toby called him and said, hey, I want to fight, boy, he was just delighted about giving him a chance because he was already familiar with him.
Sure.
And like Paulie said, he doesn't look like an MMA fighter. If you see him, you'd swear he was a boxer.
And I called a bunch of his fights, you guys, and he's a great kid. He'll bring it, and he does. He's a stand-up fighter.
And he looks like he's in great shape. I mean, he's not even breathing right now.
Absolutely.
I mean, you can see when the boxer gets tired, you just have to start to see it from the lack of explosiveness in his legs. Right now, he's very explosive going in and going out in those pockets. Right now, you can see he's in shape.
Initially, this fight was a bit earlier on the card, and Mel moved it. You can see why right now. Still to come, our co-main event, Erin Toughill, Sonya Dreiling, and then the title fight between Jose Fernandez and J.D. Burns. This one's in round 3. Benny has it 1-1.
Oh, Schaefer's real slick, though, man. I'll tell you, he makes you just miss. Oh, some good shots by Mesic, but Schaefer makes him miss enough of them to. And what I like about Schaefer's defense is he doesn't overcommit to it, so he remains in a dangerous position. So he keeps you stressed even when you're attacking him, because he doesn't overcommit to the defense and leave the pocket so much.
And you know what he does really good, too?
Right
he rolls. He rolls.
Yeah, he stays in place. Makes you miss right from there. And this way, he gives himself the option to punch back, and you know he has that option, so he stresses you, too.
See, there's that tight plunge to the body.
There it is.
There it is.
Good shots. Continuous shots by Schaefer. And Seth kept in a position where Toby could not clinch back and avoid. And he continues to utilize that body.
To get that plum in there. Oh, good hook there by Mesic on the out, though.
Third round seems to be Schaefer time.
Watch these hooks, though, watch these hooks. Oh, big uppercut there by Mesic. Mesic makes him count. He's getting pushed down in there.
That's not a knockdown?
If you ask Owen Roddy, it might be, but not. Oh, good body shots. And I tell you what, Mesic is starting to cover the body more, and he's let his head.
But this is what he does. This is what he was looking to do.
You see, even these little taps, but they're annoying, bro. I'm telling you. Oh. Because he's got Mesic in place, and fighting off the tie plum also makes you tired. So Mesic is not even fighting the tie plum off anymore, and it's keeping him in a bad place.
Well, this is a great way to slow down a fast fighter.
Yep. And you see Schaefer's not loading up every one of those shots. What he's doing is keeping Mesic fatigued and working. And this is where the conditioning of Mesic will really be tested here.
Boy, you talk about a cerebral technique.
Yeah.
This is it. See how patient he was during the first 2 rounds?
It's not loading everything up, but what it's doing is it's just keeping Mesic stressed. It's keeping Mesic stressed.
There's that hook. There's that hook.
I tell you, he's got to be careful. I said he's got to be careful. Mesic comes up with these big shots. He's got to be careful. Getting lax in there.
You said it about 2 or 3 times, Paulie, on the exit, on the exit.
And in a round where he had such a good round, now Mesic has a chance to take it back from him. He probably is doing that with that knockdown. In a round where Schaefer drew so much blood and had so much success, having been knocked down probably cost him the round.
What a fight!
How do you score that round? He did all that damage on Mesic's face. All that damage has been done in this round only. I mean, so Schaefer had a hell of a round, but got knocked down.
Okay, but if you take 3 minutes, I mean, you get Schaefer winning 2 minutes and 58 seconds of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So who wins the round? Because it's a knockdown. How do you? Because he got knocked down. So here's the onslaught. And at first Schaefer was trying to get to the body and just making it work to the body, but you're gonna notice he's trying to keep the. You see, once in a while, every once in a while, I noticed that early in the round. Every once in a while, Mesic would come up with a big shot, and I was saying, you know what, Schaefer's not really careful enough, and finally he was able to get that shot right there. See, a little bit lax on that plum stepping out.
But when you see a guy like Mesic go down, as far as, you know, because he had him in the corner. He had nowhere to go, and then he squats down.
Yeah.
How do you interpret that?
Yeah, I guess you know what it is? Mesic, I think Mesic got tired of fighting off the plum all the time, because fighting off the plum makes you tired too. And it put him in bad situations, and I think Schaefer maybe got overconfident. Started getting a little lax.
Toby Mesic making his bare knuckle debut. Seth Schaefer looking to move to 2-0.
It's a good fight, man.
You hear the corner Schaefer just saying, walk him down, walk him down. This is a great fight.
Yeah, some real skill, will.
Nice movement by Toby. Great pressure by Seth.
I tell you, Mesic, for all the skill he's got, he's going to get his will tested, because Schaefer does not.
There's that body shot.
Yeah.
That's a delayed response, Mike. That's a liver shot right there.
It is all over. Seth Schaefer with the body shot and the victory.
As predicted, another body shot. And that's what it is. He wears you down so much, and then gets you out with that body shot. Unbelievable.
Great fight.
And you know, Paulie, this is a technique, a strategy we haven't seen. And that is, you know, the way he did it. He was patient during the first 2. You saw the speed, and then he stopped that speed.
Yeah, he stays calm. He stays calm the whole time, and he doesn't let some negativity in the early part of the fight really rile him or get him down, you know, because you can see the speed Mesic had early in the fight. He can really frustrate you, and you can see a little bit of frustration on the part of Schaefer, just kind of laying in the corner, hoping to suck Mesic in because he couldn't get to him in any other way. But as the fight wears on, he's done it. He did it the last fight, and he did it this fight. As the fight wears on, he gets to you. And he started wearing down Mesic, and there's that body shot.
Paulie, what did we talk about last night on Fight Stars? The delay.
Yeah.
And Benny, you pointed it out immediately. The big body shot when it lands, there's that delay. And Paulie, you were telling me how you did it.
Watch how he sets it up. He touches him first. Watch him touch him first, gets the arm up, sort of like Mickey Ward, and there right there. You see Mickey Ward with that little touch first, and then goes down underneath. Let's see if you see from this angle.
Let me tell you something. After that shot, the Mexican counsel is going to give Mexican citizens.
Right there. You see that little touch underneath, and boom, he gets the arms up from Mesic and gets him underneath to the body. And this is after making Mesic work.
Right.
Making Mesic really work and fatiguing Mesic. So that body shot affects you even more because you've been forced to work and you've been forced to just put out all that energy, and now that body shot really hurts you.
Paulie was saying, because I asked him about it after the fight that we had last night, Benny, he said, yeah, I'd be in sparring and I'd get the body shot, and he just, Paulie said, I'd won 1,000. He knew it was coming. Yeah, he knew it was coming.
It's you can kind of tell. You can also tell when you land a good one. You know, like you landed, a guy may not go down, but you can see about a second later, he starts to give you the reaction, even if he doesn't go down, like, or he'll step out of the pocket and he'll start going in retreat really quickly. So even you can see when guys are affected with that body shot.
So with the bare knuckle, do you feel the kidney?
I don't know. I think you just feel the liver. I think Schaefer tries to reach in there and just rip your liver out.
Well, Benny, you made the great point. There was that delay, and then the fight was over, and here's Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, our referee, Wayne Spinola, calls a stop to this contest at 47 seconds of the 4th round, declaring your winner by knockout, Seth Schaefer!
Seth Schaefer with the body shot that ends the fight. A great fight in the 4th round. Great skills shown by both fighters, different strategies, and when Seth was able to weather the early storm and get into his game, the end came in the 4th. Rhino.
Goldie, Seth Schaefer told us just before the fight tonight, I've got to stay clear-minded in the later rounds. Now, Claudia, he was scoring so big in the first couple rounds tonight. Tie plumb, the jab, the hook, so effective. Misa knocked him down to turn the fight a little bit. But what did he promise us just before the fight that would win it? The shot to the
liver.
Liver.
That was the key, and he even mentioned it yesterday, and he was very keen on that. He said, I'm going to have to weather the storm, which are words that come from Fernandez. And Jose actually taught him that. That has been instilled in his brain. You weather the storm, you tire your opponent out, and then you use your favorite, best weapon. What was that? Hook to the liver. The left hook. And he was waiting for that. He opened the space for it, just like Paulie said, tapped it, and then just went for it. And that delay reaction was, obviously, it was written in books for years.
Back to the women now.
Yes.
Sonya, Dreiling, Erin, Toughill. Erin has experience in the mighty Trigon before in Fort Lauderdale. It didn't go so well against Josette Cotton. Can she turn the tables tonight?
Well, she actually admitted that she was a little too slow. She was still trying to get her footing correct, her timing on point. But today, she's expecting to use her experience. The fact that she's been in there, the fact that she understands what it is to be in the pocket in a Trigon, and she understands that this is do or die, because she wants to be a star, not only in boxing, not only in MMA, but also in bare knuckle. And this is the opportunity.
Erin Toughill, Claudia, has done it all in the fight game, trying to get a victory tonight for the first time in the mighty Trigon. Let's go back to the guys. Trigon side for the tail of the tape.
And she was a star as a gladiator on network television. Our tail of the tape for our co-main event of the evening. Two-time world title challenger Erin Toughill against Red Sonya Dreiling. 44 years old, 31 for Sonya. Huge reach advantage, huge size advantage for Erin Toughill, a veteran of 76 rounds of professional boxing.
My name is Erin Toughill. I'm from Orange County, California, Costa Mesa, and I'm fighting, I think her name is Sonya Dreiling. I grew up on the streets in LA. That's how I got into fighting. I'm a total street kid. I just started training and it turned into a career. This is different. It is not the same. So even when I fought Josette last year, my experience with that first hit, if I didn't have the experience that I did, it probably would have been a different outcome. Again, the experience, you can't buy it. You can't pay for it. You can't pretend that you have it. I don't stress about anyone I'm fighting. I have to have my game plan. If A doesn't work, we go to B, we go to C. So I have an idea of exactly what I'm gonna do to this woman. But yeah, I'm ready for this fight. You're going in a small triangle. You start 3 feet apart. this shit's real. I never underestimate anyone who I fight, whomever it is, whether they 1 fight or 20 fights. So I plan and I train very hard. She's going to be durable. She's going to be tough. I've seen some of her fights. She doesn't have the experience I do. That's something you can't buy. But anybody, let me reiterate, anybody who's doing this, the bare knuckle, they're tough. Sonya, I'm very excited to fight you on Saturday. I know you're a warrior, you're a chingona, and let's leave it all in the ring.
Steele on American Gladiators tonight, her 31st professional bout. Her opponent, also pro boxing experience, 4 ringside world titles, 2015 National Women's Golden Gloves winner, 3 National Junior Olympic titles. This should be a good one.
Dreiling. I am originally from Greely, Colorado, fighting out of Albertville, Alabama, and I'm fighting Erin Toughill. Originally, I started boxing when I was 8. Age 16, I lost my dad. My dad was my everything, my coach, my you name it. You know, he was there to support me through boxing. When I lost my dad, I just kind of gave up on boxing for a while. 3 kids, 2 boys and a girl. So fighting for them, especially my daughter. My daughter, she's a swinger like me. My boys are big teddy bears, but my daughter, she's a swinger. What I know about Erin Toughill is she's a pioneer of female boxing. I am very excited because I know she's going to bring some experience to the fight. She's fought Layla Ali. This is her 2nd bare knuckles. I expect a tough fight. I expect us to go toe-to-toe. I expect blood. I expect, you know, we're going to tear each other up because I'm not one to back down, and I know she's not either. One of the biggest things that I have learned from some of my defeats is when you get the opportunity to go for the kill, go for it. Erin Toughill, I am very respectful of everything that you have done for boxing, female boxing. But tonight, in the fight, you're going to get one of the hardest fights that you've had in a long time. I'm not one to give up. I know you're not either, so we're both going to bring it.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your special attraction, co-main event of the evening. It is scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the women's super middleweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome the Trigon, Sonya Dreiling.
That's what we call mutual respect at the highest level.
Absolutely, and I just saw Sonya fight on the 2nd of December down at the hangar down there in Costa Mesa, where I'm from also. But she ended up losing to Raquel Miller on unanimous decision. So we'll see in this one. She can't wait. She can't wait. That was also the problem that Erin Toughill had in the very first fight. She kept waiting.
Yes.
So well, let's see if these guys get their timing right and bring it.
Worthy of note, Benny, Raquel Miller moved from 9-0 to 10-0 in that fight. So she was up against a very good one. Fighting in BYB, I've spent my entire life holding back the raw, brutal fighting I so love, but was frowned upon. To look the part of a well-turned boxer, Sonya said, this allows me the opportunity to grow in a sport that's not clouded with politics and is a clear win-lose decision.
You know, and I heard probably one of the best sayings yet, and that is win or learn.
Yes.
Not win or lose, but win or learn. I thought that's a great statement by a fighter, because to me, a loss is nothing more than a learning experience. There's no sin in losing if you learn from it.
If the tape's perfect, you can't go and criticize it. If you got some holes in your game, it's time to fix them. Let's see what Dreiling has in her bare knuckle debut. Big Bo.
And her opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome the Trigon, Erin Toughill.
Erin means Irish. The only woman to be ranked in the top 5 in boxing and MMA simultaneously. She spent 3 years training with Buddy McGirt, 2-time world title challenger. 76 rounds of professional boxing, as I mentioned. She has spent the last 15+ years as a boxing coach. Talked to her before tonight, and she said the same thing she said to you, Benny and Paulie, that she waited too long. And I know Erin pretty well, and as she walked away, good luck, you know, have a great fight. And she gave me this look like she knew something. And someone of that experience, knowing that it didn't go how she wanted last time, that look may be a huge statement. We'll find out.
And the other thing that she's saying is, you know what, my career's over. I know that.
Yes.
I'm doing this for fun now. I'm doing this for myself. And I think that's a great attitude, because she's done it all in boxing. She fought Layla Ali. I did that fight when she fought on the undercard of Kevin McBride against Mike Tyson. And that was the very first WBC women's championship fight. It was also IBF and WBC. I mean, that's huge. She's fought Freyre.
Yep.
And so she's fought them all. And then also, you know, to be ranked, like you said, in MMA and in boxing, that is impressive.
Big Mo is going to set up our co-main event of the evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your co-main event of the evening. It is scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds in the women's super middleweight division and is brought to you by Life Science Natural Cleaning Solution. Let's meet the fighters. First, fighting out of the red corner. She stands 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing in at 160 pounds. She is making her bare knuckle debut, and she fights out of Crossville, Alabama, by way of Greely, Colorado. Introducing Red Sonya Dreiling. And her opponent fighting out of the red corner. She stands 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing in at 165 pounds. She is the only woman in history to be ranked both in the top 5 as a boxer and an MMA fighter. And she comes to us with a bare knuckle record of 0 wins, 1 loss. And she fights out of Costa Mesa, California. Introducing Erin Toughill. Our referee in charge, Bobby Wambacher.
All right, ladies, we've been through the rules in the back. I expect a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Touch them up if you want.
I like that. Erin Toughill, Sonya Dreiling, our co-main event of the evening. Scheduled for 5 2-minute rounds. Here we go. She's not going to wait this time, huh?
Nope. She wanted to get started right away.
Erin utilizing the clinch early.
They're both in that tie plum.
Yep.
But you can see that right away, Erin's more comfortable doing that type plum than Sonya is, because she's a boxer.
No question. And a very experienced mixed martial artist. She was 10-3-1 in MMA. Has a win over one of the best in the world in Marlos Kunin.
You know, you look at the face of Sonya, and there's the interview face, and then there's that face in the ring.
Yeah.
What a difference.
Yeah. She's got a game face on.
Toughill started with that dirty boxing, utilizing the clinch, as did her opponent. Erin is the bigger, stronger fighter. Sonya's going to try to pressure her. But Erin is a tactician. She was when she was boxing, but I watched her train a lot of her fighters, Paulie and Benny, and she is a tactician. And she works on different combinations with her fighters over and over and over. And you can see how she kind of leans and she's thinking about what she's going to look to put together.
Well, and I could see where she could be a good coach, because she speaks slowly,
yes,
clearly, and gets her point across.
Yeah, all that experience too. You know, there's plenty to teach. She's been doing this for such a long time. Decades worth of experience.
Absolutely. Paulie and I, we were talking about Jason Perillo, one of her first coaches. Sean McCauley.
I think now she's realizing just her height and her jab may be able to control Dreiling.
And she's using that brilliantly, because she's mad, you know, and Sonya's willing to close the space, but she's not able to.
Yeah, and then even if they're not all landing, it's forcing Sonya to respect the distance. And there's enough of them landing as she lands a right hand off of that 1-2.
8-inch reach advantage, round 1 in the books.
I got to give that one to Erin.
Yeah, and it seemed like Sonya could have some success on the inside. She did land a couple of punches. They both did. It was some confidence for Sonya to take from that inside work. But once Erin realized that from the distance, fighting at a distance will be better. I mean, Sonya has been bamboozled by the jab of Toughill. Even if not all the jabs land, she's been forced to respect that distance, and it's allowed Toughill to control the gap.
And if I was Sonya, I would attack the body more, because, you know, at 44, the head's always going to be hard. guard. The body softens up.
Unless maybe you're Erin Toughill. But you're right. I mean, I'll find out when I hit my 40s. Right? The second time.
Let's go.
Round number 2.
Back to it. Ready?
She's got the height, she's got the reach. Dreiling's going to do her best to get inside and counter that.
And these are 2-minute rounds, so they have to really, really step it up.
Absolutely. Which is the mistake Erin said she made in the fight against Josette Cotton, which she lost by split decision.
But Paul, you know what Erin's doing right now? She's fighting long.
Yeah.
Long.
And she started out the fight aggressively, but now she's realized, she realized at about the halfway point of the first round that this is the way right here. This is the distance right here.
She's smiling too.
Yeah,
she's talking to her.
I think Sonya Dreiling told her.
You got to move your head. You got to move your head.
I think Sonya Dreiling told her, "You're tired," and Erin said, "I'm not tired." She keeps firing these jabs. And that's it. I mean, unless Dreiling can figure out a way to deal with this jab, and the way you deal with a jabber is you jab back. I mean, Sonya's not using her own jab at all. And if you don't jab with the jabber will just control you. And Toughill has been able to start controlling this whole fight since she started jabbing.
But I think what Sonya's got to do is move laterally. Don't be going back, because that plays right into what Erin's trying to do. Back her up.
Yeah.
Season right now. Take a step to the side.
Yeah, I mean, she's got to get underneath that jab and fire back her own jab, counter with her own jab. Instead, you see, like you just said, Benny, she went back off that jab. If that jab keeps backing her up, she's never going to get anything done. She's got to get underneath that jab and fire her jab, or fire that right hand underneath that jab, just like she did right there.
Final 10 seconds of round number 2. Much like you said, Benny, Erin said, I've accomplished more than most fighters ever will. I've done a lot. My career's over. This is just for fun.
And, she enjoys it, Mike. I mean, you saw her on her walk, going out there talking. And she's always willing to talk to anybody and everybody, has times for everybody. And she's also a big animal advocate. She's got her dog, and she rescues dogs, and she places dogs where they should be. So there's a kind heart to her. And again, you're talking about a scholarship. She had a scholarship in soccer for Stanford at Stanford University. So she's been an athlete her whole life.
She hopes to open an animal sanctuary one day. Yeah, she is an athlete. There's no question about that. Began kickboxing at age 18 under Sean McCulley at LA Boxing in Costa Mesa.
I'm not doing shit.
Don't lose focus, don't listen to the crowd, don't listen to her.
No, I'm not.
Are you? Fight.
Round 3. Can Red Sonya combat the reach advantage of the tactical attack of Erin Toughill?
It's interesting when I've given both.
Oh, nice. Cross
switched over.
Turning the southpaw and using that southpaw left cross. There she goes again. And these straight punches are just totally confusing Sonya Dreiling. I mean, Sonya Dreiling has no answer for the straight punches and the reach advantage. And look how that left cross down has now drawn blood from the nose of Sonya Dreiling.
Well, Sonya said she was anxious to get in the ring with her so she could learn. And she's learning some things right now.
Absolutely.
Yep. I mean, Erin Toughill's keeping it really simple. This is the experience. Experience teaches you to keep things as simple as you can and be successful with the simplicities many times. Sometimes when you're inexperienced, you try to use all these complicated things. Many times you realize the simplicities get you furthest. And this is what Toughill's been doing, man. Yeah, now she's turning southpaw, but it's been all straight punches. Once she started just using the straight punches, Dreiling has been completely ineffective.
Utilizing that old kiss technique, keep it simple. I'll say student.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was going to say, Of course. That nose now, you can see her wiping that blood from the nose.
That was that big left cross that Toughill landed about 30, 40 seconds ago.
And we saw a similar move from the orthodox to southpaw and a landing like that in an earlier fight, Paul.
Yeah, exactly. We saw that too.
It was a kryptonite technique.
It was, yep, exactly. It was Tony and the kryptonite.
Formerly Ukaipa.
Formerly, now known as.
Sonya's just not able to reach her.
Yeah.
Nah, not at all. There's a replay of that left cross we were talking about. It just direct hit, perfect shot, honed in on the target.
That'll clear your sinuses.
Sure will. And a bunch of other things.
First cut out, right her little. Get in that grab. You gotta get the twist game going. That's why I'm taking out the right, right? You got a right hand. That's all you got. Take that away from it.
Well, there's an instruction they're trying to move around side to side.
Which is what both you guys have talked about. It's the only way she's going to have a chance of getting to Erin Toughill, because moving forward is just not going to work. And you just looked at the tail of the tape and you knew mathematically there was a huge advantage in the red corner, and Erin has used that advantage to the fullest.
Yeah, but you'd be surprised how many times you get fighters that have that advantage, don't use it. Instead, they get inside and want to exchange, where you saw Tony Lopez use that 6-inch reach advantage, now 8 inches here. Same thing. They're fighting from the outside, doing the smart thing.
You're absolutely right, too, Benny. It's like there's one thing having the reach advantage, there's the other thing utilizing it, fighting long. Turning that shoulder being even longer, which is what Erin did when she switched that southpaw and connected with her best punch of the fight. Round 4, 2-minute rounds. Main event for the belt still to come. J.D. Burns and Jose Fernandez. Big swing and a miss.
You know, Sonya wants to come in there so bad, boy, but she doesn't know how to get in there.
No. Totally. Like I said, it's been the straight punches, simple straight punches from Toughill. Understanding how to use her distance. And Sonya Dreiling has just been totally baffled. Simple fight for Erin Toughill.
Very simple.
Aside from her hands being sore tomorrow, she's not going to feel like she even got into a fight.
Well, you were doing that with Lobo. Same thing, where you were coming right down the pipe with that left.
Hey, it was one of the easiest fights I had. And even I broke a hand. But, you know, the judges didn't quite see the same things.
Well, the difference in this fight is that Josette Cotton just threw caution to the wind.
Yeah.
And she just came in and brawled and, you know, turned it into a street fight, to say, you know, to put it quite accurately. And that's what got her a very close split decision victory. Tonight, Sonya's just, she doesn't have that same gear to go to.
But I also think Toughill may have learned from that fight.
Yeah.
You know, she's always, you know, she mentioned that in the interview. She learned from that fight. And you know, I think once you start to get your bearings in, listen, if Dreiling had faster feet, she may still be able to get in. Because Toughill, despite her jab and her straight punches, still has kind of, Toughill's feet are still kind of slow. So if there was some fast feet there by Dreiling, she may be able to get in. But Dreiling doesn't have the fast feet. And so she's got to deal with the technique. And she's got to deal with the technique of dealing with the straight punches, and she just doesn't have that technique.
And the other thing right now is Erin is fighting at the location she needs to fight, which is the middle of the ring.
Yep.
The middle of the ring, and she's not leaving that spot.
Yeah, and it's up to Dreiling to force her to leave that spot. Much like you said in my fight with Lobo, I understood the same thing. It was just keep it center, keep it at center, use those straight shots, and just time them very well.
5th and final round. Red Sonya's got to do something very special here, as she looks to attack early aggressively.
But see that right hand? That fends her off.
Yep. And Erin ties up.
And that's smart too. When she does get too close, you tie her up.
And I don't know how much damage Dreiling could actually do in the clinch against Erin. She's so powerful, so big and strong. Just keep throwing that jab out, even just for distance, just to keep her opponent away.
Yeah, you can measure a nice right hand there by Toughill.
And she's working that right hand because she paused that left hand and then boom, straight right hand.
But I like Dreiling's intensity here in the last round. I like that she's actually going for it. Because like I said, I don't feel like Toughill's feet are that fast. So you can, if you move in quick enough, you may be able to still force your way inside.
Yeah, Sonya could give Erin the respect the first round, but after that, make it a dirty fight.
Yeah, yep. Final 40 seconds of our co-main event of the evening.
Toughill would be better served too to feint a little bit as well. You can really put Dreiling into even more frustration if you're feinting in between these nice, sharp, straight shots you're throwing.
Toughill's got to keep that left hand out there. Because now Sonya's starting to close the distance.
Clock ticking down, 10 seconds. Our co-main event is going to go the distance. Dreiling did in the fifth
what she should
have done in the first, second, third, and fourth.
And again, that's experience, right? And she'll know for next time.
But you know, that's the thing. Erin learned in that first fight.
Yeah.
And now she applied now, and she learned. She stayed in the middle, used her distance, and wasn't waiting.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe she just didn't trust her conditioning to be able to go all the rounds. If she pushed it too hard, too fast, who knows? She'll know for next time, for sure.
And that may be, in a boxing situation, about the longest and tallest fighter that Sonya's actually matched up against. I mean, I'm going to guess the fight you saw against Raquel Miller, the size difference wasn't abundant like that, right?
And not only that, but Raquel wasn't that kind of fighter. I mean, Raquel throws some beauty combinations and, you know, digging the body, all that stuff. This was a very frustrating fight for Sonya because, again, she couldn't get past that length of that jab.
Yep.
And, you know, Erin was slick enough to work that jab and then come in with that straight right. And that's what cut up her nose, and that's what cut up the eye and, you know, did the damage on the face of Sonya.
This one will not be difficult for the judges to score. Sonya's still fired up. She just went 5 rounds with, like she said, one of the pioneers of female boxing.
Yeah, she's going to get back to her boxing classes.
Yeah. I think she also said I gave her a boxing lesson. Official decision is set. Toughill, Dreiling going the distance. Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 5 full rounds, we go to the judges' scorecard for official decision. Judge Winkapaw scores at 50-45, while judges O'Connor and Torres score at 50-46. Declaring your winner by unanimous decision, Erin Toughill.
First win without the gloves on for Erin Toughill. Winner by unanimous decision.
And you know, that's a great strategy she implemented. And she stuck with it, never got away from it. Momentarily there, you know, when all of a sudden Sonya was closing it, even then she made sure to keep that right hand up and then work that jab.
And she's loving that she can add that medal to her arsenal. All right, here's Bob Alexandre.
Erin Toughill, winner by unanimous decision. Erin, you came into this fight with a significant advantage in both experience and the reach. You kept her at bay with your jab all night, used your combinations. Was that plan A, B, or C?
All of the above. You know, that's what makes a good fighter. First of all, can I bring my team in here? Let me bring my team. I couldn't get here without them. Chelsea Anderson, Robert Chavez, get in. Lou, Chewy, Gutierrez, Lou Jimenez. You guys, it takes a village. So I don't know what the fuck people are booing for unless you're her family or something, but I gave her a clinic, and that's what we did. So.
You talked about how you like to do this for you.
Yeah.
You've had a great long career, but what you're doing right now is what you love to do.
This is fun, and I know she's game. I knew it wasn't going to be an easy fight. It's like, I know people want to come in and knock people out, and we practice that, but if it doesn't, which is what we did, we went to my boxing, and I'm a good boxer. I'm a great boxer, and you can see, and I just listen to my team, and that's it. So
what would you like to do the rest of your career? What are you thinking of doing?
I'd love to start interviewing and commentating for BYB. I think that would be an awesome idea. So, I mean, I don't have a career. This is just for fun. So if I'm still mopping up people 10 years younger than me, then that's great.
Well, it was a big win. Congratulations. Go enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Erin Toughill, winner by unanimous decision. Right now, let's send it back up to Dave and Claudia.
Hey, Bob, thanks so much. Erin Toughill, so impressive. Claudia in her second appearance in BYB Extreme. The first didn't go so well in Fort Lauderdale against Josette Cotton. She clearly learned her lesson in fight number 2. As she said a moment ago with Bob, this was a clinic. She was a brick wall. The jabs were effective, and the reach, the height advantage, the size advantage was just too much.
Yes, and there were a few things that Sonya Dreiling definitely had an opportunity to learn, and this was a lesson to be taken home. And when we had the opportunity to have a chat after weigh-ins, Sonya said, listen, she was a pioneer. She put women in boxing, in MMA, so now is the opportunity that I have to have that lesson one-on-one. And she took it, and I don't know if you saw her face. She was happy to be there. She was happy to have that exchange, and you cannot take anything away from Sonya, but kudos to somebody like Erin, who has been around forever, and she's just as clear-minded and as concise. She had a fight plan completely different from what she did on her first opportunity. She stuck with it and obviously took the win.
Is there room on the set? Can she fit out here? She wants to be a commentator for BYB.
By all means.
BYB Extreme.
The more
She'd be fantastic at it.
Yes.
All right, it's time. It is finally time.
Yes.
For the title fight. We can't wait. Super middleweight, J.D. Burns, Jose Fernandez. How do you best preview our championship bout?
Wow, this is a fight of, I'm going to say, wills. We have two extraordinary fighters, very aggressive. Obviously, we've seen J.D. Burns really punch himself out in the first and second round to just take a step back and take the win by a knockout. We've seen him do that. Jose Fernandez is a lot more technical. His skills are sharp, and he's clear-minded, very calm. But there's always a bad day at the office. The one thing that I know about Jose Fernandez is there is no quit in him. So I have yet to see a bad day in the office for Jose. And again, JD is just such a pleasure to watch. His smile is worth $1 million.
We can't wait. Claudia and I have waited on this set, guys, as we go back Trigon side for the tail tape all night. Time for the main event, the championship fight.
Let's do this.
And a perfect matchup for our title fight, our main event of the evening. As we take a look at the tail of the tape, Jose Fernandez, J.D. the Berserker Burns.
And big main event here. Fernandez, 33 years old. The Berserker, 30 years old. Never in a bad fight. He's 6'2". He's going to have a big height advantage. But if we know anything about the Berserker, he doesn't really use the height advantage. He just likes to work his way inside and fight. So all that reach and height advantage, I would normally focus on him. But the Berserker likes to fight on the inside.
Probably why you got the nickname the Berserker, right? And by the way, I don't know if Erin Toughill has the personality or, energy to be a commentator. She's very boring, she doesn't talk much. All right, Jose Fernandez wants to be the first to be the champion in the super middleweight division.
My name is Jose Fernandez. I'm fighting out of Miami, Florida. I go by the name The GOAT. How I got that name? It's from Muhammad Ali, because he was the greatest of all time, and I've been called that since a teenager. I'm a Cuban living here in Miami. I love my coladita, my little tostada in the morning. I have been fighting since I was 14, 15 years old. I got into fighting because I was abused as a younger kid. For a long time, the anger of letting that happen really drove me to just not do a bunch of nice things, which is how I ended up here. Most people take different routes, dead, in jail, drugs, whatever the case may be. Mine was this. I never want to feel that vulnerable again in my life. Nobody can mess with me anymore. When people tell me it's crazy, why am I doing bare knuckles? My response is somebody's got to do it. I'm crazy enough to do it, so here I am. I have been in street fights before. What I can say is that it's not boxing. It's a little more shoot-to-kill strategy. The lessons I learned in fighting to apply to everyday life is that I'm an extremely hard worker, and I can get myself out of any situation, regardless of what it is. And I can only know that from being in the ring. I have what it takes to dig down deep and pull myself out of anything. Fighting gives me life. Gives me purpose, helps me wake up in the morning, you know, that drive, that competitive edge of all this. I'm ready to give my life on the line for whatever happens in there. So whoever steps in there with me, I hope they're ready for the same. Of course I'm gonna win the fight. I'm ready to go come fight night. I'm gonna wipe this guy out. I hope you bring in your popcorn because I'm gonna put on a show and I'm ready to get this on and over with.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here. It is now time for your main event of the evening, and it's for the BYB Super Middleweight Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, please welcome to the Trigon, J.D. Burns.
J.D. Burns, third-degree black belt in Taekwondo. When I first experienced BYB back in May of last year, he was the first person I met. Crazy purple hair, nicest kid in the world. Then he stepped into the Trigon with Carl Jefferson, and he got knocked down. He got up, with a smile on his face, by the way. Got knocked down again, got up, smile on his face again. Got knocked down again, got up, and won the fight.
By knockout.
Right, exactly. I was like, man, that dude is all about BYB. He personifies what it takes, and don't kid yourself, Paulie, we saw it in his next fight. Yeah. He's got skills, too.
Yeah, he does. He can skill you as well. We talked about the height advantage. He likes to fight, but he can skill you if he wants to. Well, I guess it'll depend on how much Jose Fernandez really pushes him.
And you know, the key on this thing, both of them are very high-strung guys.
Yes.
Both of the guys are very big. The key is who sticks to that game plan.
Reese Archer fight, we did see the utilization of foot movement. You could visibly see the improvement of J.D. Burns' bare knuckle game because, as you guys know, it is a different game.
And at 6'2", you know, he's got that perfect body for this weight division.
Looking to become the first super middleweight champion. Standing in his way, Jose Fernandez. Here is Big Mo.
And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, please welcome to the Trigon, Jose Fernandez.
Just saw the great feature on Jose Fernandez. Both entertainers as they make their entrance to the world-famous patented Trigon. Proud Cuban. He said he attended the School of Combat. Bare knuckle is not boxing. BYB 4, unbelievably, was his first professional combat competition ever.
It's funny though, when you look at JD, you look at that body and stuff. This is a guy that, I mean, this is his comfort level. Right. This is where, same thing with Jose Fernandez too, though. This is where these guys belong. So this is going to be one heck of a fight.
Fighting in BYB, Jose Fernandez says it means everything. J.D. Burns said it's like the price is right. I'm just glad to be here.
There you go.
Well, he picked the right door. Who will leave with the belt? This fight is scheduled for 7 3-minute rounds with the official introductions of our main event of the evening, Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, this is your BYB main event of the evening, scheduled for 7 3-minute rounds. It is for the BYB Super Middleweight Championship and is presented by Playmakers. So I need everybody in the arena from the rafters to ringside, and those of you tuning in around the world to get up out of your seats, raise your drinks high, and get wild! Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 6 feet 2 inches tall, weighing in at 164 pounds. He holds an undefeated bare knuckle record of 2 wins, 0 losses, and he fights out of Lakewood, Washington. Introducing JD the Berserker Burns. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner. He stands 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighing in at 164 pounds. He holds an undefeated bare knuckle record of 2 wins, 0 losses, and he fights out of Miami, Florida. Introducing Jose the Goat Fernandez. Our referee in charge, Wayne Spinola.
All right, guys, this is for the bell. Obey my commands at all times. Protect yourselves at all times. Hey, shake hands now. Go back to your corner. Wait for my instructions.
You gotta love a title fight where both men are smiling.
Yeah. And both are undefeated.
Amen.
Game face.
All right, gentlemen.
Game face indeed. You just make me think of Bobby Knight when you said that. Jose Fernandez, JD Burns, here we go. Title on the line. JD Burns in the blue, the southpaw. In the red is Fernandez trying to punish that body. The pace is quick.
And Burns will switch. He will switch to the orthodox stance.
So he's looking for that cross, though. The left cross has been a big staple tonight in tonight's card.
Good body shots. Good work in the clinch. Got to watch out for that overhand right every single second you're in the Trigon facing Jose Fernandez.
Okay, fight.
And forget about the height advantage, because he's going in.
Yeah. He's not even looking at that.
JD's going in.
Although he's got some advantages with that left hand. He can loop it or he can throw it straight, and he can still reach the shorter Fernandez.
And he doesn't waste any space, because when he gets inside, he starts beating that body. See, look at that.
Yeah, he's trying to keep Fernandez, the stress on Fernandez, keep him working.
And he's doing a really good job of it. Got to be careful on the exit. Big shot there. Fernandez has heavy hands. Lot of power. JD Burns has always said, I don't guarantee a win or a loss, but I guarantee your ticket money will be well spent.
And that's pretty much his theme, to be as violent and as entertaining as possible.
My blood or theirs, make sure something's happening. Here's that switch of the stance that you talked about, Paulie and Benny. Walked into a nice left that connects with Fernandez.
Fernandez has not really been able to get a lot done here. You know, he's been forced to on the back foot so much, being pressured so much that he's not been able to really start to think about the way he wants to set up Burns.
But he also doesn't use a jab, Paulie, so there's no way he can back up JD Burns.
Good body shots there. Now on the outside, here's where you'd want to see the jab, but again, he's looking for those big shots.
JD Burns says he is well-rounded in all styles, which would be hard to argue against. He calls his skills positive aggression.
And Fernandez is just one punch at a time here. I don't know if you're going to be able to discourage Burns from pressuring you, throwing these one punch at a time, guys, unless you hit like King Kong. You know, and I don't, from the looks of it right now.
And you know, I'm surprised that Fernandez doesn't use a jab, because when he beat Cornelius, it was a jab that knocked out Cornelius.
Total domination in that fight. Good start for the Berserker.
Man, these guys are having a good time in there.
What could be better? Other than a little blood on my shirt, my tie, my notes. You know, it's a perfect night.
And they're asking Fernandez to mix up his punches. Start out low, go high, low to high, low to high, high to low.
Yeah, but that's multiple punches. You got to throw multiple punches to do that. You know, he's throwing one at a time right now.
But it's almost like the speed has surprised him, Paulie. You know, the JD's actually, you know, there's one thing speed, and then there's, you know, Trigon speed when you finally get in here with him.
And you can tell that, again, I can see the improvement in JD Burns. He's worked on his speed. He's worked on his athleticism to add to what already are the intangibles that he has to be a bare knuckle fighter, to be a potential bare knuckle champion.
And that time Fernandez started to let it go.
Yep.
Yeah, you got to put him in bunches. You got to start making Burns a little bit uncomfortable.
Well, and Jose Fernandez's, and here it is, but Burns wisely gets out. In Fernandez's debut, Benny, back in December of 2020, the minute he got Jonathan Hines in the corner, it was over.
And it was a body shot that dropped him.
Yep. So JD wisely spun out of the corner. Good body shot.
There's some combinations there by Fernandez. That's what you want to see now.
JD's just smiling, you know that?
Smiling. He's got to punch back, and you know he eventually will. Well, hopefully for Fernandez, he's not punching himself out, loading up every single shot the way he is. He just went to the opposite of what he's doing in the first round. The first round, he's throwing one at a time. Now he's loaded up every single punch and throwing them in bunches. That's the opposite. You're not being economical, though. Good combination there.
That was an uppercut.
You see punches and bunches.
But we've seen this before, right, Mike?
We've seen it many times.
He goes down, he goes down, he goes down, and then next thing you know.
Good body shot. That was a sharp body shot.
And a smart punch to start after knocking him down.
Good technique there for Fernandez on that spin move. I noticed the thing on his knee. What is it on the left knee of the knee brace on the left knee of
that neoprene.
Remember he kind of hurt his knee on one of his wins. Remember that one time?
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder if that stems from that.
But he really slowed down in this round, though. I started seeing, because you started breathing out of his mouth.
Well, that pace he started out with is one that's difficult for 5, let alone a potential 7 rounds.
Yeah.
Fernandez taking a look at his hand. You never know.
But I'll tell you, the big difference for Fernandez has been the punches and bunches.
Yes.
Yeah, but that's right here where JD has to punch. You can't stop punching. Not in the Trigon.
Working in the clinch, dirty boxing is one of the things that makes our sport so unique, especially in the Trigon. JD with a big swing and a miss. Fernandez looking to set up another uppercut, and he delivers. Big body shot.
Really good round from Fernandez that round.
But look how JD Burns walked to the corner, like smiling happy. Yeah.
Hey, the guy, I mean, you talk about a face hard to read. I mean, the guy, you punch him with everything, he's over there smiling.
You know, he says by switching and putting on a smile, you turn nervousness into excitement. If you were the Burns family, though, in that second round, You were nervous that Jose Fernandez was going to finish him.
But you know, Paul, here's something though, and you know the build of a fighter. When you get the high musculature of the body, like you get a guy like Fernandez, that thing starts weighing.
Yeah.
Big arms look good, but they get heavy. You know, so that's what it's. You know, if JD can take this a little bit longer, then I think those arms are going to be a problem, and I think stamina is going to be the key.
Great walking off the bus, right?
Yeah.
All right, round 3, title fight. Good start for Burns. Good second for Fernandez. Round 3.
See, here's what JD can't do is wait. He's waiting.
Trying to weave, and now he's punching back.
I mean, the key to his first round success was the fact that he stayed in the face of Fernandez, never waited.
And he was quick. He was quick. All of a sudden now he's stopping.
Yep. Fernandez able to take his time and really target his punches, like right there.
Fernandez starting to breathe heavy though.
And that's what you guys both just talked about.
You know, but that's what JD's got to do. He's got to lean on him. He's got to try to find a way to slow down Fernandez.
He's forcing him to work. He forcing him to work when he doesn't want to work. Fernandez probably wants some breaks. Great punches and bunches here. But you see Fernandez out looking for the clinch after the combination. As he's a little bit tired. And then again, Fernandez has to be careful there. Because he's throwing great shots here. But if Burns doesn't go, you may have a problem. He's throwing.
He's up again. 90 seconds still on the clock here. Fernandez could finish it right here, right now. JD Burns a little bit slower to get up that last time.
That was a nice solar plexus shot by JD Burns, though.
Burns' punches look lethargic. So weird, you know?
And Fernandez is being given the time to have target practice now. Body, head, body. Big flurry from the GOAT. Looking to finish it right here, right now. And here's JD Burns swinging back.
Unbelievable, folks.
Wow.
We've seen Burns take this kind of punishment before, but usually we also see him roar back.
Yeah.
Right now it's been all Fernandez in this assault. But Burns is starting to try to get his hands going.
Now
Fernandez is trying to find air.
Yes, and that's exactly what I was going to say to both you guys. Looks as if JD is going to survive. And now conditioning, as both of you pointed out, is going to be something we're going to watch even closer and closer. And it's not one in bad shape, it's the pace that's being put out by the muscular frame of Jose Fernandez.
Not trying to work. You gotta start ripping him in the body. He's gonna get tired.
Well, I gave the first round to JD.
I did too.
But then after that, you got to give the last 2 rounds to Fernandez.
I mean, with those kind of punches, bare knuckle, most guys would be done. Not the kid from Tacoma.
But Precursor's got to come up with, he's got to start throwing shots, Mike. You know, he's taking an incredible beating. That doesn't bode well. He's got to throw.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Round 4, title fights are scheduled for 7 rounds.
And this is when Fernandez is the most dangerous, at the beginning of the round.
Yeah, because he just had the 1 minute to rest up. It's full energy.
Burns waiting for his chance to do that. That's a slip. Fernandez against a fighter who is one of the toughest outs in the game. That's a huge uppercut followed by another couple. Target practice again for Fernandez.
Triple left hook.
Yep. Down he goes.
It's amazing what keeps this man up.
It is all over. Jose Fernandez is the BYB Super Middleweight Champion.
Dominant performance. Never really let Burns get back into the fight. The way we usually see Burns get back into the fight. You know, we've seen Burns start out fights in a troublesome fashion, but we've seen him also work his way back into them and even win them, obviously. Never looked like Burns is ever able to get his way back into the fight.
Did a great job of mixing things up. Body, head, body, uppercut, some hooks, some straight punches, but he was finding a home and he was landing everything viciously.
Not a good night if you're a Burns tonight.
No, yeah, that's true.
But you know, let's give credit to Wayne Spinola. I thought Wayne Spinola did a great job in as far as letting these guys fight. Because, I mean, you got to know the reputation of JD.
Yes,
here's a guy that's going to go down, but he's going to come back up. Wayne let these guys fight, and I thought that was a brilliant performance by a referee. Oftentimes we criticize him. Why not praise him?
Referees know the reputations, man. That's part of their doing their homework. You know, I remember Gotti Ward 1, Frank Cappuccino let the fight just go on and on and on. And when other fighters, if they were in the same situations, would have been that kind of fight would have been stopped. I think the same thing here with Spinola. He knew JD Burns' reputation.
But again, this is one of those fights again. Why not use your height advantage, you know?
Yeah.
And, you know, again, JD's he's a berserker.
He looked very lethargic all night. Very lethargic. Never got his way back in. That was a nice, sweet combination at the end, by the way. 3 hooks in a row, step back, and then use the uppercut with the same hand. So 3 triple left hooks, step back, left uppercut. I mean,
well, it's almost like he was punching a heavy bag.
Yeah.
He could just tee off
here
on
it is
it.
again. Here it is again. 3 steps back, and then you'll see a left uppercut come now. Oh, that was a sweet combination, I'll be honest.
And, you know, the way he fought that first round, JD looked like, you know, he was on his way to fight a very cerebral fight, a very strategic, great technique, and then boom, the wheels came off the wagon in the second round.
They sure did.
I love you, Pat. The GOAT has proven to be that in the super middleweight division tonight. He will get the belt from another man headed to the Bare Knuckle Hall of Fame, down to 5,000 to make it official. Big Mo.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Wayne Spinola calls a stop to this contest at 59 seconds of the 4th round, declaring your winner by knockout and the new BYB Super Middleweight Champion, Jose the GOAT
I'm definitely planning a trip there.
Jose Fernandez, winner by knockout. Jose, you talked before about how you've waited so long to get an opportunity like this. You call yourself the GOAT. Now you got a strap to put around your waist. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. It feels great to live up to my name and be here competing for the BYB and actually achieving my long-time goal. This goal has been around since I've been a teenager. Now I'm 33 years old. This means the world to me. It's been an honor. Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody out here, for supporting me. Thank you, God, everybody. The BYB feels great.
Let's talk about the fight for a moment. You came out in the first round, seemingly content to box, see what he had to offer, but when you started the second round, you started throwing those combinations to the body. That seemed to turn the whole fight in your favor.
Yes, it did. Berserker's one hell of a fighter. I wanted congratulate him also. It takes a lot of guts for a gentleman like us to come in here and do this without gloves. So just the fact that he stepped in here is great. Definitely came out to feel him out. I know he's tough. He comes to fight. Even though we're all smiles in the press conference, like I mentioned, he's a tough fighter, so I try to feel him out. I didn't want to fall too behind, so I decided to get busy the second round, and things started working and opening up a little bit more. But definitely, he's got a hell of a punch, and he does come to fight.
Talk about that knockout punch, that uppercut. That was a thing of beauty.
That's one of my favorite fighters, Mike Tyson, right there. The uppercut is a deadly weapon once you know how to use it right in there and time it properly.
What would you like to do next in your career?
Definitely want to defend this belt. I want to grow the BYB as much as I can. Let's see what happens. Let's see who else is at 165 who's worth fighting. For so far, since I've started, it's been the Berserker. I fought him now, so I'm open to whatever's presented to me. Definitely.
Congratulations, your winner by knockout and the new BYB champion. Go enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to thank all my buddies, all the fans out here that came. Westchester, stand up, baby. This is for Westchester. My sponsors, Aracivia Bail Bonds, thank you. Homestead Physical Therapy, thank you, Dickie, for letting me use the clinic. Kendall Sports Medicine, also, thank you. CrossFit Thump, Jorge Rubio, Tito, Kevin, all my team, First Round Management, Mike, thank you, everybody, so much for helping me out and making me part of this journey. Thank you.
All right, let's go up to the table to Dave and the crew.
Bob Alexandre, thank you very much. What a night of entertaining fights. Rhino and Claudia and Benny, we had a blast down at the table. And Paulie Magic Man, I'm going to say it because we've been saying it every show lately. Fernandez, his precision was precise.
Oh, sure it was. See, he had the right game plan. I thought he started out a little slow, not putting his punches together. I was wondering how he expected to slow down a guy like with Burns' reputation, just throwing one punch at a time. But once he got in his groove and threw those shots in combination, I mean, not only did he throw combination, he threw them at various angles, downstairs, upstairs, from the side, underneath, and Burns just could never really get himself going after that.
And it's almost surprising when J.D. Burns doesn't get up, but you know, it was justifiable tonight.
Exactly. I mean, it wasn't a good night for anybody named Burns tonight.
Very true.
That's right there. But I thought, you know, tonight we had a body snatcher, and that's Seth Schaefer.
Yeah.
We had two guys. We had Erin Toughill and Tony Lopez, who should be given PhD for the fight that they did. And then you got Quinones, explosive, the people's champ.
You got it. All right, let's check out our fight of the night, and it is the fight that involved the Jett. Ryan Jett, and what a battle it was. And Rhino, you and Claudia talked about it.
It was an outstanding fight. It was a war of wills. Jett definitely had no quit within him. And once again, what can we say about somebody like Sam Liera, who just keeps going forward, true Mexican style, flat-footed, and of course ended up with his hand rising.
That's the deepest he has been forced in a fight by far, Rhino. And Sam Liera took damage, more damage tonight than we had seen before. And much to Claudia's point, he showed his toughness.
Almost no emotion for Sam all the way through that incredible fight. Ryan Jett hanging in there was remarkable. The fact that it went that far, he hung in that long and took so much damage. And Claudia, I know you spoke with him afterwards.
Yes, I had a chance to speak to him while he was getting stitched all over. His eye was totally swollen, and then he said his shoulder went out from the first punch he actually launched in the first round. Wow. And yet he went into the deepest waters he's ever been.
And his hand was badly beaten up in his last fight.
The eye.
Yeah.
Oh.
We hope he's okay. There was a lot of damage there.
Yeah, yes, there was. But I'll tell you what, there is smiles at that time. All right. He's the whole package. We know that. He's also the owner of the knockout of the night. He is the people's champ, Isaiah Quinones. And Benny, this kid he is fun to watch, and man, is he devastating.
And you know, we set this fight up as two street fighters. Two guys, they didn't learn this stuff in the ring. They didn't learn this stuff in a gym. They learned this stuff in the streets. And at the end of the day, the Boston technique was a little bit better than the Watts technique.
So Isaiah, the people's champ, with the knockout of the night. And I'll tell you a moment that I experienced back in the locker room between fights. His opponent was talking about that he was okay to his daughter on the phone. He said, I'm okay, I'll be back. We will be back in Biloxi. Biloxi, Mississippi. Benny said we're going to some great restaurants.
Yes.
We will be back with the Trigon, the world famous Trigon. It's the one, the only, and you see what a difference it is when the fights take place there. Great battles this evening. Some newcomers were successful. Some of the veterans were equally impressive. For my partners, Dave Ryan, Claudia Trejos, Fenny Ricardo, Big Bo, of course, and the Magic Man, Paulie Maldonado. Mike Goldberg saying so long from Tampa, Florida, until we see you next time, right back here, inside the Trigon.